All right, so welcome. Officially, everyone. Some good sharing there. Thanks for sharing that, Aurelian. Well done. So tonight we're going to have a look at section 5, chapter 5, which is called the ego's use of guilt, which is one of the key ideas in the ego's thought system that underpins it. So we must overcome our guilt in order to be free. So it's an important section, really. So I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, that in there. So yeah, everyone see that?
Yes.
So the ego's use of guilt. This one's called. So it's all about guilt, which is one of the foundational concepts of the ego. It's what makes the separation real. Underpins the entire separation. Let me just have a quick. So we've got context on this. And we'll look at favorite diagram, the descent into hell. So remember that guilt underpins the individual identity. The moment you think you've separated, you've got an individual self, then there's this sin, separate identity, named at the apparent destruction of God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness, in order to create a separate identity. And so that sin leads to guilt. You feel guilty, and the guilt leads to a false expectation of punishment appearing real. So then you got guilt, sin, fear, and fear naturally leads to the idea of threat and attack. You project that out. So now you've got accusation, blame, complaint, and attack going on, which is really just a projection of guilt. That's what's going on. The ego is projecting the guilt outwards, saying, I'm not guilty, someone else is guilty. So they're the ones who will be punished by this invented God, fearful, wrathful, vengeful, separate God that the ego has made up. They're the ones who'll be punished. I'm off the hook because they're guilty. But the more you do that, the more you actually perpetuate your guilt, and you make it real in your mind, and you make your individual identity real. So guilt and sin really underpin the entire egoic system, thought system, and they are what lead to the other nasty consequences like fear and attack. So that's a little bit of context. So let's see what Yeshua has to say, shall we? Should be quite interesting. So what is that? We don't need that. Okay. So who would like to read paragraph 1?
Rita?
Nice short one to start with.
Because I'm going.
Okay.
Yep.
You want to read it,
Okay.
yeah, before your load shedding, so you do that.
Perhaps some of our concepts will become clearer and more personally meaningful if the ego's use of guilt is clarified. Perhaps some of our concepts will become clearer and more personally meaningful if belief in separation's use of guilt is clarified.
Okay, so nice opening statement, just saying we're going to clarify the use of guilt by the ego. Number 2.
The ego has a purpose, just as the Holy Spirit has. The belief in separation has a purpose, just as the remembrance of perfect love has. The ego's purpose is fear, because only the fearful can be egotistic. The belief in separation's purpose is fear, because only the fearful can be believe in separation.
And let's just fix that. Only the fearful can believe in separation.
which comes out so clear in this session I had earlier. They're so caught up in fear and panic in Israel that they feel attacked and separate, and there's no end to the war, the attack. The ego, the ego's logic is as impeccable as that of the Holy Spirit, because your mind has the means at its disposal to side with heaven or earth as it elects. The belief in separation's logic is as impeccable as that of remembrance of perfect love, because your mind has the means at its disposal to side with heaven or earth as it chooses.
So heaven is heaven. Do you remember how we translate heaven?
Nirvana. I don't know.
No.
Perfect love.
The statement of it's the sorry, not statement. It's the state of
Pure formless awareness.
Yeah, formless awareness. Okay.
Or earth.
As it maybe chooses instead of elects. As it chooses. But again,
Remember that both are in you.
okay, so let's just personalize this. Okay, so belief in separations. Can just the belief in separation's use of guilt is clarified. Okay, so that kind of sets the tone for this. Personalize and say my belief in separation has purpose, just as my remembrance of perfect love has. Belief in separation's purpose is fear, because only the fearful can believe in separation. Belief in separation's logic is as impeccable as that of because maybe I can believe in separation. Only when I'm fearful. Belief in separation's logic is as impeccable as that of remembrance of perfect love. Because my mind means at its disposal to side with the state of pure formless awareness or earth as it chooses. And remember that both are in you.
Oh yes, so you reckon the anxiety is covering that fear of separation then?
Yeah. Anxiety is a product of the belief in separation.
So it's that fear of separation then that I've been feeling today, I think.
Well, fear, maybe. The ego can manifest in many ways. If you fear maybe his outcome, you fear.
I was fearing the outcome. You're right.
But actually, the truth of the matter, you see, so it's to dig beyond just the fear of the outcome. The truth of the matter is fear is used as a primary defense against the environment.
Yes.
So all fear is actually coming from the ego's belief in separation.
Yes.
Which is predicated on the idea of guilt and sin. And the whole court system is very much about that. Okay, so you're guilty.
Yeah.
You're not going to be tried, and then you're going to be punished to an extent. It's a sort system based on guilt, sin, fear, and judgment.
Yeah.
So you're maybe feeling this existential fear.
Yeah.
Which is deeper than just the circumstances. So become aware that that's like a metaphysical fear arising from the decision to separate.
Yes.
From love, and then the consequence of individuality is guilt and sin, and then fear must arise, isn't it?
Because I've released guilt and I mean, I've released a lot, but maybe there's more. Maybe there's many layers of that. Like you say, it goes back to many.
It goes right
years.
back to the core of the separation of. I believe I'm a separate self, therefore I'm guilty. Because I'm guilty of the sin of destroying God, and instead having this false identity replace him, it. So at my very core, the ego's the core of its being, of its existence, is guilt. Because it feels guilty, feels sinful, and therefore guilty just for existing. And that's why you can never make its thought system work, because at the core of it, it's based on sin and guilt, which will have these negative consequences. You can't dress them up and make them nice. Fear and attack thoughts and hatred and anger and sickness and death are all manifestations of the thought system of guilt and sin. So yes, you're saying, well, look at it, understand how the ego uses guilt, and then be done with it. Be willing to let it go.
Now I'm willing to let it go, but you need to see where you need to, because if I've released the belief of being separated already from source, if I've released that, and it still comes back. Jonah's gone. He's still there.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here.
I'm just in the video waiting.
So if you believe, if you let go of that belief of separation, and there's still like some kind of emotions attached to it, so that means it's not fully, completely let go then.
No, it's to truly let go of the thought of separation means that all the consequences are let go. So there would be no guilt and sin remaining in your mind, no fear, no attack thoughts. None of this thought system would exist anymore for you. That's the complete, lack of judgment that he's talking about, overcoming all judgment. The only judgment the Holy Spirit makes is that none of this is true. It's all false.
Yeah.
It's all equally false, whether you're looking at the guilt and the sin, or the fear, or the attack thoughts, the victim identity, whatever's happening in the red boxes and the red scrum is false. So therefore, the Holy Spirit just says, well, you can safely ignore it. This isn't true. Clean your mind of all this. Let the entire thought system of separation go, and return your mind to perfect oneness. And that's the only answer.
Now, isn't that interesting? Actually, I'm just thinking, isn't that interesting that my mom was feeling exactly the same thing. So like the same thing all day, that anxious or feeling in her belly as well. That's very interesting. She was actually reflecting exactly what I was feeling when she went tonight when I was talking to her.
Well,
So,
I think that would be the fear of punishment. You know, it wasn't you being punished, but someone else is being punished by the system of justice that we've
yeah, but we
invented.
didn't want that.
No, but you were, you know, the false expectation of punishment. You were worried about it. You're like, well, it could, you know, this expectation is there. It could be that he gets, you know, he gets punished, and so then you feel the fear based on the idea of punishment. You know, that
Yes.
he could be punished, and so that actually is an existential fear. It's not just about that situation. It's a situation is a trigger or mirror for the deeper fear of punishment.
Yeah.
Which comes from the idea that I'm sinful and guilty. And so then it triggers this deep, you know, existential anxiety that it comes from the idea of guilt and sin, which is very old. This idea goes back to the beginning of the thought system. Because guilt and sin came into so-called being, came into some kind of existence when the separation happened. And then, you know, subsequent.
Presumably, we come in as children, find ourselves punished by parents and schools and what have you. It's completely universal because everybody seems to experience that, or most people seem to experience it.
Yeah. So the whole system is based on guilt and sin, and then the fear that goes with that, and then the attack thoughts that go with it. Fear, guilt, sin first. Then you feel guilty for the apparent sin of doing what you've done, which is destroy God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness. And fear is inevitable. Once you have guilt, then you must have a false expectation of punishment that appears to be real. That's got to be projected out. That gets projected out as attack. So something's attacking you, something's going to punish you, there's a sense of threat, and you might need to defend, so you've got to attack in return, and now you're in the thought system of defend and attack, and there's no peace of mind. And all of that is a consequence of guilt.
Interesting, eh?
Yeah, and then there you've got the very essence of the ego's thought system laid out. You know, an individual identity based on a desire to be separate, which is a delusion. Then you feel guilty for that, the sin of doing that. Then false expectation of punishment arises in your mind. So that's the source of all fear. And then you must project it out. And so you project the guilt outwards onto someone else and you blame them. So then you have blame, accusation, attack, and so on. Which apparently the ego says, well, keep doing this because then they are the ones who are guilty and you're off the hook. You're innocent. But actually all it's done is projected the guilt. So it makes it worse. Projecting guilt doesn't resolve guilt. It perpetuates guilt in your mind. The more you do it, the more you give something, the more you're saying, well, I have it to give. In endless supply. So the ego is very good at this guilt manufacturing show.
Maybe we should say to the ego, very good, yay! Maybe I will scare it away. That's what I should have said to my belly all day. Very good, leave.
Leave.
Leave
but what you're dealing with is existential. It's quite deep-seated.
Yeah.
You felt that. So to remove that would mean you've removed guilt and sin, would mean you're enlightened. And as he says, that can take a long, long time to lay aside all judgment.
I really want to
apparently the situation happening.
Sorry, then?
Well, apparently the situation's happening, and it seems to be real, and it seems like there are, real consequences for the people involved.
Yeah.
But
But I
there's
really
just
want to
like,
let go of this stuff. Seriously, it doesn't serve me.
yeah, well, if you truly desire it, your desire for something else, the thought of separation, is what kicked this all off and made this seemingly possible. So you must desire the opposite. You must,
Yeah.
must desire only oneness. And you
Love.
must be willing to deny that every aspect of this thought system. It's all untrue. So you must, from the bottom upwards, you do the correction. However, it's showing up for you in the dream. You're experiencing fear in your belly. You're experiencing someone attacking you, verbally or physically abusing you, as happened to you. That's all part of the thought system of the ego that needs to be undone.
Yeah.
So when you talk about existential fear, that's the fear that comes from the separation, however many eons back.
Comes from the guilt, yeah, but it's
So it's
connected to the individual identity that you made. So it's the ego's sense that it doesn't really exist, right? It's very identity. Its being is sinful by nature. That's what the
But
ego.
it's not related necessarily to this persona in this lifetime. It's
underpinning it. It'll be there. Your persona and your separate self is what establishes this separate identity, right? So that is the original sin. The problem is we feel guilty at our very core just for existing, just for being seemingly human and separate. There's a guilt. This is the existential guilt, which leads to the existential fear. I feel guilty just for existing. Do you see how deep the ego goes?
That's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, but that's how it works. So just because I seem to have a separate identity, and I'm called Aurelie or Jackie or whatever, and I seem to be human, there's a deep-seated guilt at that, because that identity denies pure formless awareness of perfect love. They cannot coexist. So at the very core of the human condition, which is the idea that we are separate selves, is guilt. That's what underpins the human condition. And Yesha's is saying, well, guilt's a disaster. It doesn't work.
That's for sure.
Look at the consequences of it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's saying the only way out of this, you can't sugarcoat this and try and fix this. You can't keep your separate identity and somehow get rid of the guilt. It doesn't work that way. As long as you believe you're separate in any way, there will be guilt. And there will be sin, and then there's a fear will kick in, and then the attack. So he's saying you have to go to first principles and let this idea, this thought system go from its foundation, which is that idea of separation. The tiny mad idea, as he calls it, of separation, which is the fall. That thought caused us to fall all the way down the ladder into form, into the idea that we're now a victim of an unfair world. Okay, so any comments, questions about the diagram? Is it clear?
You just say demonstrating that we are, the last sentence you say demonstrating that we are, oh man, I wanted to.
So the ego demonstrates that we are separate selves. Its whole system is designed to demonstrate and prove that we are separate self, and it uses guilt and sin to prove that.
No, that part I got. It's the last sentence you just said. I wanted to write it down and I forgot what it was, but I got that part. Yeah, that first part. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what I said.
Yeah.
Just go on.
Oh yeah, recording. We gotta go to the.
You'll have to listen to the recording. Yeah, it's about 24 minutes into the recording.
Okay,
the third
thank you.
recording of the night.
Thanks.
And find it. So do you see how deeply seated this guilt is?
Yeah.
And that's why I call it existential, because it's at the very core of the ego's seeming existence. Separate existence is the idea of guilt and sin that underpin that. And then the fear is a consequence of that, and then the attack thoughts that are a consequence of the fear and required in order to, offload this heavy burden. You need to project it onto someone else. And then we project onto others and we say, well, I accuse you and I blame you in order to try and get rid of our guilt, but keep our identity. This is what the ego's mission is. I want to get rid of my guilt. Someone else is guilty. I'm not the guilty one, but I get to keep my individual identity, which I cherish. And you just say, no, you can't have it both ways. You can't have an individual identity and be free of guilt. Not possible. Because that, by definition, that individual self believes in order to exist that it is guilty of destroying love. And then it believes it needs to be punished for that crime. Okay, so everyone clear on the diagram? Any questions on that?
Yeah, it's always good to get repetitions,
Yeah, well, we go back to it over and over because it's the essence. It's that understanding this is freedom. If you really understand this.
Yeah, because it goes so deep.
Goes so deep. Yeah, it goes to the very nature of your being. Who you think you are as human is guilty. Because you're guilty of the sin of destroying love, perfect love, in order to exist. So that's why we say existential anxiety. Yeah. Existential guilt, existential anxiety.
Okay.
Because at the very core of the ego's so-called existence lies the guilt and the sin and the fear that come from that. And there's no way of healing that within its system. As long as you believe you're a separate self and the guilt and sin, we haven't really resolved them, but they're still there in your mind, and the fear and the attack. You believing all of that, there's no way of resolving it. You just go around and around for potentially many lifetimes. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the metaphysics. We'll maybe come back to that. Let's go back to the teaching, the text. So both are in me. So Christine, if you can read that from the top where I've highlighted in the alternative, and read it slowly so that everyone can just kind of say it after you've said each. So split, go do a phrase, part of the sentence, then pause and let people say it in their mind, and then you carry on. Yeah,
the concepts in this course will become clearer and more personally meaningful if the belief in separation's use of guilt is clarified.
Yeah.
My belief in separation has a purpose. Just as my remembrance of perfect love has.
Everyone just say it out loud if you want to after Christine says each part to make it into an affirmation. Sorry, Christine, carry on.
My belief in separation's purpose is fear. Is that a comma or a full stop? Because I can believe in separation only when I'm fearful. My belief in separation's logic is as impeccable as that of the remembrance of perfect love. Because my mind has the means at its disposal to side with the state of pure formless awareness or earth as it chooses. Both are in me.
Okay, well done. Thanks for reading that so well. So any do you want to summarize that? Let's see what's he saying there in summary.
It's very important, and it's becoming clearer that the belief in separation's use of guilt is clarified.
Yeah. And that it has its own logic. Belief in separation has its own logic, which is impeccable. Within its thought system, this logic makes sense. If you assume separation is true, then this logic makes sense, and the logical outcome of the ego's thought system is completely logical. If you accept the thought of separation as a premise, you can see the logic of it makes sense, even though it's completely insane and twisted. All these negative consequences, one thing leads to another. Guilt and sin demand punishment, so then you have to have this false expectation of punishment. So the logic of others is impeccable, except that with the ego's logic, because it's based on a tiny mad idea that's false, the entire logical system falls apart if you question the premise on which it is based. So it's about going to the fundamental premise, which is the key idea that sponsors the whole thought system, saying, well, if that's not true, then it's all untrue. The logic has no basis, no foundation. And that's what he's trying to help us do.
So we can just let it all go.
Yeah. So ultimately, you let the whole system go. The entire mad idea of separation and all of its consequences can be let go of, and that is what enlightenment is. You must let go of it. Okay?
So simple. Must you read some more?
It's very simple. No, I'll let someone else have a go. Jackie or already, either one. Number 2, please.
Number 2, in heaven. Ah, yes, in heaven there's no guilt. Okay, bring it on. Let's go to heaven. In heaven there's no guilt, because the kingdom is attained through the at-one-ment, which releases you to create.
Yeah. So
in the state of pure formless awareness, there is no guilt, because the kingdom is attained through the at-one-ment. Yeah, I know we translate kingdom. What do we use? I always forget. The state. Yeah, state.
Yeah. Because this state,
because this state is attained through the at-one-ment, which releases you to create or to extend.
Yeah. Yeah. So perhaps we should leave create, because he's talking about the word create. If we change it to extend, we'd have to change it there. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, yeah, it wouldn't make sense after.
Extend is appropriate, because once what you've made is undone, the remembrance of perfect love, the blessed residue is restored, therefore continues in being. Yeah. So I think we'll leave it as create, because he's then going to, this is you to create, or being, we could say to be, because really what he's referring to here is create is the state of being.
Ah, yes, that's nice.
You're not actually creating
The
anything on a
word
material
being. So
level.
then you would say the word being, or what would you say after?
Yeah, well, how about to be what you really are? Something like that.
You to be what you really are. Okay.
Okay, and then the word be is appropriate here because once what you have made is undone by the remembrance of perfect love,
the blessed residue is restored and therefore continues in being.
yeah, the blessed residue. Understand? You understand what he means by that?
Not sure now.
So the residue, blessed residue, is the remembrance of perfect love. So is that part of your mind that remembers, and then that restores you to the whole state. That blessed residue, therefore continues in being. So perhaps we can just translate that. Maybe just a memory.
Yeah.
Moments of some done by this blessed memory, this blessed memory. Restores your mind to
being, to its being, or to.
restores your mind to the state of being. Something like that. That's kind of what he means. Is everyone happy with that? Happy with that sentence?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Number 3, what is truly blessed?
What's truly blessed is incapable of giving rise to guilt and must give rise to joy. Yeah.
Okay.
This makes it invulnerable to the ego because its peace is unassailable. Not sure what's unassailable.
Unassailable means it can't be assailed. Assailed means attacked. So
okay. This makes it invulnerable to the belief in separation because its peace is unassailable.
Peace is
invulnerable. Oh yeah, I was going to say.
I know. We'll say unshakable.
Ah, yes, that's the good one.
Nice one.
That's a good word. I actually was. It's funny you say that. I actually wrote it down on my phone as a reminder to stay in an unshakable state today at the trial at the court. I was like, I remain unshakable and unshaken. Yeah.
Well done. So, setting that intention, though you might have had the existential anxiety, there was an awareness that was there of the unshakable nature of the truth in the face of these, the ego's miscreations. Because the whole thing's an ego miscreation. No one gets judged in heaven. There's no judgment. There's no punishment. Any of these ideas exist in heaven.
Oh yeah, so then I was shaken. Then, if I had fear in my belly, then I was shaken. I cannot say I was unshakable.
But you were saying you were trying to remind yourself to be unshakable.
Yes.
So that's what all we can do.
Yeah.
You feel shaken, it means okay. I wasn't quite able to stay in my true awareness. And what you're also dealing with is these stress chemicals. So your mind, will react in a very primal way. These kinds of situations produces these chemicals. I had a situation a couple of weeks ago where this lady, a crazy lady I was with, called the police, and it was interesting because I was, okay, here we go, they're coming. I was like, okay, just breathe, just spirits guide me. I did all of that. But I found that when I was speaking to the policeman, I was shaking.
Mm.
And it was like, although my mind was reasonably calm and clear, it was like the body was reacting because obviously there'd been a shot of cortisol and adrenaline. That when she said, I'm calling the police, it was like immediate sort of sense of primal threat, oh, well, they could, I don't know, police throw me out. I mean, I hadn't actually done anything wrong, particularly. But, they could have said, well, leave the property, and then where would I have gone? So it was kind of a primal fear coming up. And I was shaking, even though mentally I was reasonably calm and I could have a conversation with him. Like I noticed, like, geez, this is crazy. I can't get this under control. So it just shows you how, like, even you've done all this mind training, which certainly helped. It was like on a physical level, that was manifesting, and I couldn't control it. It was like I can't stop the I can't stop the shaking. So it's like those stress chemicals are like causing this this body reaction.
That's
it's all
very
based on the
interesting. That's very interesting because disease manifests in the body, although it's created in the mind and the emotional body. The body's the last place that the fear lands and expresses itself.
So those chemicals, it's a program by the biochemistry of the mind body, organism leads to these effects, and it's quite difficult to control that. I mean, I guess true mastery would be like I am totally unshakable. Nothing moves me. I'm really not. I'm not bothered by the police or or anything. But it was a sign to me. It was okay. Well, more work's needed. You want, if you're really going to be unshakable, then these kinds of things should not shake you or move you one iota out of your state of peace and beingness.
Yeah, but you see, I noticed that my mind was also very calm today, actually. But it's just that physical belly, like not in the belly, like that anxious feeling or nervousness, or I don't know what it was, or that fear, like you said, or that I don't know. I think it's anxiety or something, and. But the mind was relatively calm, and I was repeating. I was also affirming today's lesson, and I was imagining that light that was on the slide today, like the light going into people's mind, like God is in everything I see. Love is in everything I see, because love is in my mind. So I was trying to project that light in everyone there, all the judges and everyone, like.
Oh, it sounds like you did a good job. You reinterpreted, you corrected. You experienced some of that anxiety, but your mind, there was another part of your awareness that wasn't affected.
Even in that prosecutor who was being very harsh, like very unforgiving. Yeah, I was.
Then it's to look beyond that thought system and say, actually, you're still the light. The light is still here, even though he doesn't realize it. It's still in him. And you can always make that.
I'm sure we can always improve. There's always room for improvement, but I think I did the best I could. I think so.
Yeah, well, that's the point. You do the best you can at any point in the journey. That's all you can do. You're not absolutely perfect yet. Otherwise, you'd be enlightened. You wouldn't be here. So it's a journey, and it's a work in progress. And you do the best you can. And that's a learning. If you face something like that again, you would probably be better because you've had this experience.
Yeah. Well, I hope I don't have to go through this again, because that was.
Well, don't hope. It is what it is. Whatever will be. But it would be another test. Then you went through it again. You would say, okay, well, can I do it differently? Can I do it, with more peace and not this knot in my belly, and just find an unshakable calm and peace through it. And if it gives you another opportunity to learn. That's why you shouldn't say, oh, well, I don't want it. Like, well, bring it on. Whatever I need to awaken, bring it on. That's the prayer of the miracle worker.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. And that might mean a lot of difficulty and a lot of challenges. The guy called Ajay Shanti, he's a spiritual teacher in the US. And at the age of 25, he said, he remembers the moment he was sitting on a park bench and he just said to himself, okay, he said, whatever it takes, I want enlightenment. That's all I want in my life. So whatever it takes, bring it on. Like I'm up for like whatever I need to do. And he said it kicked off a process of 7 years of just shit happening in his life.
Yeah, I remember
all
I
kinds
heard you
of
say that. Yeah.
really deep, difficult. He said, just so difficult, and he wouldn't wish it on his worst enemy what he had to go through. But he said it was necessary for him to come into this awareness that then allowed him to be the teacher that he is and inspire many thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people with his message. So, he said, okay, I'm up for it. Bring it on, whatever it looks like, whatever I need, you see, to awaken. If that's another court trial, if that's a divorce, if that's financial difficulty, if that's whatever, okay, I'll bring it on because I'm up for it.
So
and
is
that's
that
the kind of unshakable spirit that he's talking about. And that's what unshakable means.
So is it the same as clearing all this negativity from the energy system, you're saying? I mean, I feel like I've been clearing stuff for years, but I'm still, like you talked about.
But bring on what you need, you see, because the clearing, often it's in your subconscious, and you need to get it triggered. You need to have whatever's there arise quite strongly in your mind, so that you can become aware of it and let it go. So that the external situations are often required to facilitate that. So you need a crisis or a drama or a trauma in order to bring that up so that you can heal it.
Yeah, you
Otherwise,
should come here. I'll ask my mom to trigger you. She's very good at that. Come stay here for a few days. You'll see.
Yeah, well, there's something to be. Maybe you could run spiritual retreats. So.
Yeah, that's what I said to my mom. Actually, I would
get
love
triggered.
to do like private retreats here. Actually, I said to her.
Come and get triggered by this old woman. He's really difficult.
Oh my God.
I just have to think about my ex. That sets me off.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
We've all got our triggers.
Yeah.
We've all got our triggers. So whatever it takes, those. If you need the triggers in order to become aware of a deep-seated ego pattern, so that you can let it go, then the prayer of the miracle work is bring on the trigger. Okay, whatever. Bring it on, because I need that.
So. We talk to stay in the now and not let our minds go to the past or the future. But actually, I find if I do go to the past, that's when the fear and all the negative emotion comes up. And that's when I'm able to clear it until the next time. But is that the right thing to do? Or I suppose...
Well, the only value of the past is can you learn from it and transcend it. So if you can look at it and you can do a forgiveness, letting go process on it, which is what all these processes do, and you genuinely feel a release. There's a letting go of some of that belief and separation as it manifests in that through that past trigger, then it's helpful. And that's why we only do forgiveness on generally on the past. What's happened. Even a future fear, well, it's usually based on past conditioning. There's a past component. You fear because of your past conditioning. So the fear arises because you've got that past conditioning and the belief related to it. So you need to go in and clear that. So looking at it consciously and doing a 10-step letting go process, for instance, is helpful, because it's going to help you to help you to reinterpret the past, clear the negative misperceptions from it, and free your mind from whatever the belief is that is manifested in the past. So that's the way that you collapse the belief, separation. Go into it, really look at, the thoughts and emotions that are coming up, and recognize that they are not true, that they are just part of this illusory construct. There you go. So yeah, going to the past, but doing it consciously. Don't dwell on it and get lost in it. Just, okay, I'm looking at the past. It's within a framework. It's a context. It's all about healing. I don't dwell on it too much. All you want to do is go into the feeling. Feel the feeling, and then bring it to the light of your true awareness and release that feeling. Because therein lies the healing.
So actually, you probably don't need to specify that it's fear or anxiety. You just have to accept that you're seeing yourself as a separate self and release that belief.
Yeah. You're ultimately going to the core of that belief and saying, well, fear is impossible. Anxiety is impossible if I'm oneself. If there's only oneness, what am I fearing? What am I nervous about? There's nothing to fear because none of it exists. So that's a high level correction. You apply that to anything, you really start to get that, then there's going to be a letting go of the fear, which is then another block to the awareness of God's presence for me.
So when you look back at the situation with the landlady and the police, do you see that? You see that was helpful? Did you release fear, do you think, in that situation?
So I think, there was an existential fear coming up. Like I felt, like I'm being threatened. My physical well-being, safety, all of that comes up. And so it was a lesson in, okay, there's still more work that needs to be done on that level. Like, there's still a concern about my physical well-being. Where am I going to sleep? Where am I going to stay? These kinds of fears come up, and ultimately that shouldn't be a concern. You let all that go and you let the Holy Spirit. No, I did the correction. I'm like, okay, well, I can see that. So I'm just trusting in the Spirit that there's a way. I'll be okay. I did do that correction, and I was okay. If I'd reacted differently and I was really fearful, that it could have been a different outcome. But I was pretty calm, and I didn't react in any kind of fearful, angry way, and so that that resolved it. The police were like, "Okay, there's no threat here," so we agreed on an arrangement, and they said, "Okay, well, you can go to your room and stay." If I'd handled it differently, if I'd been very fearful and very uptight and aggressive, then they might have done it differently, quite possibly. So there was an undoing there, and it also, I think, it made me realize that I want on the physical level a stable base. I need somewhere to go where that kind of thing's not happening. I'm not worrying about what some crazy lady's going to do. She might call the police. So I think it was part of the healing of my relationship with Deborah, saying, I actually do want to make that work, and I want to live in a family environment, and have that as well as do this work. And why not? I can. And so it's kind of led to a process of some healing, and there's still more to do, no doubt, in the future. But it all happened for me. I recognize, it was all part of it was showing me, I think, that this nomadic lifestyle I've had for the last 4 years, maybe that needs to come to an end. I need to find a stable base. It's been what I needed to do to do this work and bring this community into being. So, you know, I'm not saying it wasn't wrong at the time. It's what I needed to do. But now it's time to maybe just, you know, change gear and have a more of a stable base. And that experience was like, okay, I need to, you know, that's just crazy. I need to do something different because I don't want to have this kind of experience again. And made you realize, like, on the level of form, if you're in someone else's house, actually, you know, they say, well, the landlady, you know, if you're a landlord, then you're vulnerable. But actually, the tenants are vulnerable because you can be, you know, that kind of thing can happen. And then she took me for a ride and stole money. And it wasn't too much about it I could do about it. I said, well, if you have any objections, I'm going to call the police. This was the kind of, I was just like, okay, all right, I'll let it go. It's a lesson. Thank you, Spirit. You know, it's time to course correct and actually thank her. It's like, okay, well, you gave me a lesson. You know, it's useful. It's a course correction. So there's no judgment. There's no anger and judgment. Ultimately, I mean, it took a bit of processing, but okay, well, it's all happening for me. So it's part of this at-one-ment process, part of my hero's journey. Okay, well, you know, thank you, because without that, maybe I would have carried on in a process like, okay, well, this is all right. I can keep doing this. So it was all perfect in its imperfection.
But in terms, if someone were to do that again and call the police, do you think he would still have that adrenaline cortisol reaction, or do you think he would?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to. One doesn't know until you get tested. But it was.
No,
it
I'm
was
asking you
interesting.
because it's something that happens to me. That's how I am in those situations, and no matter how much I clear, it doesn't seem to clear.
Yeah.
So, you know, and yet other people, you know, look at my ex. You could drop a bomb off next to him, and he'd still carry on speaking like, you know, the perfect orator.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'd have to be tested on that. But I was pretty mentally and emotionally clear. I was okay, but it was like, what's going on? I've got the shakes, and I was able to go, well, it's probably this cortisol adrenaline reaction. You know, that's what's doing it. It's like my body's got all this,
But why
all
is
these
the body
stress
doing
chemicals
that?
going through it. Mm-hmm.
If it's all in the mind and your mind has had all this training and is clear, why is your body still doing that?
Well, there was still fear, obviously. There was certainly, it was like, geez, you know, suddenly from just a conversation with her, it goes to like you calling the police. It's like, you know, and then the initial reaction is, whoa, you know, okay, so what does that mean? Are they going to come? Are they going to chuck me out? Where am I going to go? You know, where am I going to sleep? It's late at night. You know, all of those survival mechanisms start kicking in. And I had to like, okay, it's going to be okay. Just sit. Did some breathing. It's like, okay. You know, so I did counter it. But I think that initial reaction, there was a surge of cortisol and adrenaline was still in my system. So mentally, I was reasonably composed and calm, but it was all, you know, it takes a while for that to clear. But the initial response was the fight or flight. Oh my God, you know, what's just happened? This has gone to another level, and you react with you know, the ego reacts with the fight or flight response and kicks out all those chemicals, and then you've got to apply, you know, try and get into parasympathetic nervous system and counter it. Okay.
So
No
this
problem.
was your previous house sit, yeah?
I wasn't actually a house. I was renting.
Oh, you were renting.
So, you know, I paid a deposit, and then when I had a house, and I said, look, we didn't actually have a fixed agreement. I said, could we flex the terms of it? You know, I'm wanting to. I've got this house sit. Could I come and stay with you? You know, in the latter half of the month, rather than the early half. You'll still get your money, and she just completely lost it. So And I think she used it. It was a manipulative element to it. She was like, okay, well, I can actually use this situation to get the money, and I don't have to have this guy in my house.
I had this issue as well once. Like I had a landlady who didn't want to give me my deposit back when I left the place.
Mm.
When
Yeah,
I
so
did
then
the
she was like,
contract, she was, because she had spent it and she didn't have it as well.
yeah,
So
yeah.
she didn't want to
So,
give it back. So she basically had to give me like 2 months, like, because it was a 2 months deposit. She had to give me, well, I had to go to the police actually to report, and she gave me, I actually managed to get 2 months rent. I mean, to live there, 2 months rent, because yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna give me the money, then okay, I'm gonna stay for 2 more months then. Because you need to give, you know, most places you need to give how do you call it,
notice,
a month's notice, yeah. Or sometimes 2 months notice, but it's a bit tricky. 2 months notice is a bit tricky because you never know when something is gonna come, and you have to trust that something is gonna line up at the same time, right? Like, you know, it's about trust again. That you'll find the right
yeah, you know, so it's all, you know, it was all helpful ultimately, because I think it's a course correction. It's like, okay, well, change tack a bit, and so all happening for me. But at the time, you know, to remember that is like, because the initial reaction is fight or flight. The ego comes in and it's like all of that, and then you've got to counter it. So I'm not sure. I think with enough spiritual practice and enough you know, of the parasympathetic nervous system going on, then it would be possible to transcend that. Like there would be no fear.
that
But
would
that's
be
a very
nice.
high state. It's a very high level to attain.
Yeah, it would be nice not to transcend that state. Yeah, for sure. It'd be quite a good
But you know,
skill.
we all do the best we can. It's like, well,
Yeah, that's
you're
true.
dealing with the body and, you know, physical issues, and then you're dealing with, you know, the biochemistry of the body. Kicks out cortisol and adrenaline just involuntarily. You know, you have you can feel it. You know, the moment you have that that panic kind of that panic reaction, that's cortisol and adrenaline. It just starts pumping it out and kicking in response to that initial reaction. And then you've got to correct it. So that then you know, the awareness would come in and say, okay, I need to do a process, do some breathing, and undo this. But the ego speaks first, and it speaks loudest in those situations.
Yeah, I had a forgiveness lesson like that in Hard Bay, because my window got smashed once, and then the whole wheel got stolen, like a whole lot of like different things, different events. Yeah. I also, it's crazy over there, the crimes and stuff, the crime. Yeah, I also got mugged. But I guess it was all forgiveness lesson, actually. All forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's all part of a bigger journey, and it's led you here. So
yeah, absolutely. I have forgiven every situation.
Okay, so let's carry on. Is invulnerable to disruption because it is whole.
Yeah, we get so many tests. It's unreal. So many tests. Yeah, so where were we? It's
invulnerable to disruption.
Sorry, it's invulnerable. Is that where we were?
It is invulnerable to disruption.
Yes, it is invulnerable to disruption because it is whole. Guilt is always disruptive. Anything that engenders fear is, what is that word? Divisive?
Divisive.
Divisive.
Means it's dividing. Divisive, dividing.
Dividing, yeah, that's what I assumed. That engenders fear is divisive because it obeys the law of division. Yeah, division. Okay. Makes sense, yeah. If the belief in separation is the symbol of the separation, it is also the symbol of guilt.
Yeah, so maybe that needs to be translated. The original would have been the ego. If the ego is the symbol of the separation. So if the
Separate self.
self.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is the symbol
Makes
of
more
the
sense.
separation, yeah. It's also the symbol of guilt.
You see what he's saying? That's that any idea of a separate self means guilt,
Yeah.
because you've destroyed love in order to be a separate self.
Yeah. Yeah. So guilt is more than merely not of perfect love. It is the symbol of attack or on pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So the original would have been God is not of God, it's the symbol of attack on God.
It's the symbol of attack on God. Okay. And we translated as it is the symbol of it is a symbol of attack on pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Which is meaningless, as he says. It's a meaningless concept except to the belief in separation.
Yeah.
But do not underestimate the power of the separate self's belief in it. You can't really attack. How can you attack pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is eternal? You can't really attack it.
No.
It's a meaningless idea. But you can believe you can attack it. That's the problem. Belief. So now you've got another thing going on in your mind, and pure formless awareness of perfect love is obscure because of that. And that's the veil of illusion. It covers over this awareness.
Yeah. So, yeah. This is totally meaningless concept. This is a totally meaningless concept except to the belief in separation. But do not underestimate the power of the separate self's belief in it. This is the belief from which all guilt really stems. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so guilt stems from the idea that you have attacked and destroyed
Love.
God or love.
Yeah.
Perfect
love.
In order to create a separate self, you must have attacked and destroyed love. There's the reason for the guilt, which is insane because you can't really do that. You can't attack and destroy what is unassailable, what is beyond attack. But we believe we have. See, this is the problem. It comes down to belief. We believe we have. Therefore, by our belief, we now think that we're guilty. And then a whole series of subsequent beliefs kicks off from the belief in separation and the guilt that we feel. This whole system unfolds just based on a belief. It's extraordinary, really, but that's the power of the mind. The power of our belief is enormous. Okay, so let's personalize this.
So in my state, in my state of pure formless awareness, I'm not guilty, should we say? I'm not guilty. If we personalize it, I'm not guilty.
But in the state of pure formless awareness,
I will
not experience guilt.
Yeah, because this state is attained through the at-one-ment, which releases me to be what I really am.
If I attain, make it active, attain the state, through the at-one-ment, releases me
To be what I really am. The word be is appropriate here because once
I think we could take that whole thing out.
you took it out.
Let's see, the word be is appropriate. Once I've made is undone.
My blessed memory restores my mind to the state of being.
Once what I have made is undone by the remembrance of perfect love. My blessed
Restores my mind.
memory restores
Or restores my beingness, if you want.
my mind to the state of being.
Restores my beingness. No?
Could do. What do you think? I think I prefer my mind to the state of being.
Okay, we can leave it. It's fine. It's good. Works. What is truly blessed is incapable of giving rise to guilt. So when I'm truly blessed, maybe when I'm truly blessed, no?
Yeah.
I'm capable of giving experiencing guilt again. Or when I'm truly blessed, I am incapable. But we could leave giving rise to guilt or being guilty. When I realize I am truly blessed, I am incapable.
Incapable of experiencing guilt, feeling guilt.
Yeah, feeling guilt.
Feeling guilty.
Guilty, yeah. I'm incapable of feeling guilty and must be joyous.
Okay, I'm not keeping it as I am. Guilty. Must be joyful.
Yeah. Joyful is good. This makes me, yeah, invulnerable to the belief in separation because its peace is unshakable. Yeah, that's good.
Because my peace.
Yeah, because my peace, that's good. Yeah. So I am invulnerable to disruption because I am whole.
Was it in it? It was talking about the peace. Peace is then unshakable. Okay, so my peace. My peace is invulnerable to disruption because I am whole, like that. Whereas guilt is always disruptive because it disrupts our true being, disrupts our true state of awareness. Yeah, you understand why guilt is always disruptive.
Yeah.
Anything that engenders fear is divisive because it obeys the law of division. If my
separate self is the symbol of separation. It's also the symbol of my guilt. My guilt is more than merely not a perfect law, or maybe we could turn around this. My guilt is more
than merely not coming from perfect love, not from perfect love, instead of perfect love. really. Symbol of attack on pure formless awareness of perfect love. So guilt is an attack, an active assault on it, which is why why we feel guilty. We think that we've actually destroyed pure formless awareness, the perfect love. Which is totally meaningless except to the belief in separation. Totally meaningless concept except to my belief in separation, but I do not underestimate the power of my separate self's belief in it. This is the belief from which all my guilt really stems. Okay, do you want to read that from the top?
In the state of pure formless awareness, I will not experience guilt because I attain the state through the at-one-ment, which releases me to be what I really am.
But slowly, slow it down so we can kind of say it.
Oh, yeah, you want to repeat? Okay. In the state of pure formless awareness, I will not experience guilt because I attain this state through the at-one-ment. Which releases me to be what I really am. Once what I have made is undone by the remembrance of perfect love, my blessed memory restores my mind to the state of being when I realize I am truly blessed. I am incapable of feeling guilty. And must be joyful. This makes me invulnerable to the belief in separation. Because my peace is then unshakable. My peace is invulnerable to disruption because I am whole. Whereas guilt is always disruptive. Anything that engenders fear is divisive. Because it obeys the law of division. If my separate self is the symbol of the separation, it is also the symbol of my guilt. Guilt is more than merely not from perfect love. Can you please scroll up, Jonah?
Right.
It is the symbol of attack on pure formless awareness of perfect love. This is a totally meaningless concept. Except to my belief in separation. But I do not underestimate the power of my separate self's belief in it. This is the belief from which all my guilt really comes.
Okay. That's quite powerful. I felt that. What is he saying in summary here? Summarize this in a minute or so.
Well, when I'm in my pure formless awareness of perfect love, I can't experience guilt. And if I am, then that means the guilt will be felt, and the fear also will be experienced, and the fear will divide, will separate me from this perfect love. It says that anything that engenders fears will divide or will separate me from perfect love or pure formless awareness of perfect love. And therefore, guilt will be experienced. Because the separate self is the symbol of separation and also the symbol of my guilt. And guilt is also the symbol of attack on pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So we feel guilty because we think we've attacked this awareness, even though that's meaningless. But our separate self believes that.
Yeah, it believes we destroyed love. Yeah.
In order to exist, that's why there's existential guilt and anxiety.
Or fear, yeah.
Fear, anxiety, because we actually don't believe we deserve to exist as separate selves, because we don't really exist. This is the ego's existential anxiety.
Yeah, it's amazing how actually I cannot feel it anymore. It's, by reading this, it disappeared. That feeling I had in my belly.
Good.
So good. Very good. Powerful. Yeah.
Because your beingness restores your mind to the truth. Being transcends the idea of guilt and
absolutely. Yeah.
And an attack.
Wow. That is so powerful. This is so,
well, this is the answer. To just be free of guilt means that you're free of the separate self. You can't believe in a separate self anymore. So no separate self means no guilt, means no fear, means no sin, means no attack. It all just collapses. The whole system gets undone. Like a house of cards collapsing. When you drop the idea of separation, and all of its consequences must go. Okay, so happy with that summary?
Yeah.
Important section this, because
Yeah.
telling us exactly what guilt is, where it comes from, and
Yeah.
helping us to
Very
release it.
representative as well of your picture that you often show, that you show us about the oneness. You know, that picture you
Mhm.
always show us about the separation, the sort of separation. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, it's very descriptive of that.
Well, this comes from this. This is based on the course's teachings
Yeah, that's
on
very
the
good.
subject of individuality, and I got it from a guy called Ken Wapnick. It was an amazing course teacher, and he did a talk on the descent into hell. It's like how we've come down the ladder of separation, which I thought was really a brilliant analysis of the ego's thought system. And so it's just a visual representation of that. That idea of coming down the ladder. So we understand how we got into this mess. Understand the genesis of the ego's thought system, how it all plays out. Then you can be free of it. Okay, well the mess started when we had a tiny mad idea and believed it. Separation. That was the problem. Still is the problem. Okay, so I'm happy with number 2. Shall we move on to number 3? Jackie, would you like to read number 3 for us?
Yeah.
Kindly.
The ego is the part of the mind that believes in division. How could part of God, the belief in separation is the part of the mind that believes in division. How could part of God detach itself without believing it is attacking him? We spoke before of,
Late as we go.
How could part of pure formless awareness of perfect love detach itself without believing it is attacking it?
So now, didn't you put the separate self for the ego before? Because on the first line it says the belief in separation, but before we put the separate self here.
Yeah, it just depends on appropriate. Yeah, sometimes separate self is better. This kind of works. Belief in separation is part of the mind that believes in division, right? So it's a belief. That's all. Believes in belief in separation, believes in division. We could say the separate self, I suppose. It believes in division.
Because I thought that's how we translate the ego every time.
Not all the time, no. Just it's like the high level. Yeah.
I was going to say, I quite like the belief in separation because the separate self is fine.
Yeah.
We had that section where Yeshua said, first of all, he made out that the ego was its own entity. And then he's moved on to its, the understanding that it is beliefs.
Yes. Well, that works. I mean, it works. The belief works. The belief in separation works. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of repeated here. So we could say the separate self is the part of the mind that believes in division, right? In other words, believes in separation. The belief in separation is the part of the mind that believes in separation, because division is separation. Well, yes, obviously. But you see, we've highlighted, exactly what the ego is. It's the part that believes in division. So I'm happy to make it separate self or belief in separation. But maybe a separate self, because then we've got beliefs in division in the second part of it. It's telling us that the separate self believes in division. Okay, happy with number 1?
Yeah.
Okay, how could part of perfect love?
Let me do that. How could part of perfect love detach itself without believing it is attacking it? We spoke before of the authority problem. Okay, we spoke before of the authority problem.
Acting itself.
Okay, we spoke before of the authority problem as based on the concept of usurping pure formless awareness of perfect love's power.
Make it perfect love's power. So that's God's power, yeah? Original usurping God's power.
I don't think I did was here for the one on the authority problem.
Thank you. So usurping means taking over, substituting another power.
So the authority problem. The authority problem is the separate self believing it has power over God. Is that right? Power over love.
Yeah, it believes it's the only power, and that God's love's power is denied. And so now it's in charge. It's in charge of the mind. It's the only reality, and this other power, God love, is banished from the mind.
Okay.
So it's usurped it. And the idea of usurp, it's quite a good word because it means it's kind of illegally taking power. Let's just put it in here, usurp. Usurp. Meaning to take a position of power or importance illegally or by force. Take the place of someone in a position of power illegally, or supplant, or exactly what the ego has done, is usurp the true power of God illegally or by force in a false way. Concept of usurping perfect love's power.
Okay. Where are we? Number 4.
Mm-hmm.
The belief in
Let's
separate.
go. The ego believes.
The ego believes that this is what you did because it believes that it is you. That's a good one, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The belief in separation, that I think should be the separate.
Might be better separate self.
Yeah.
You see, sometimes it's appropriate. Depends on whether he's personalizing it, individualizing. What's a general?
I personally would switch those. I'd have belief in separation in the first line and separate self there. But it's up to you.
Okay. Well, the problem is here, he's already said the belief in separation believes in division. Well, yes. You're just repeating the same thing, aren't you? Belief in separation is the part of the mind that believes in separation. Yeah, well, evidently so. Yeah. But it shows that we're on track with the translations because that's all it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Where are we?
Separate self believes that this is what you did because it believes that it is you.
You. So all these believe they're you.
Identify with the.
If you identify with the ego, you must perceive yourself as guilty. If you identify yourself.
Identify with the. I think separate self would be better. Yeah.
I don't mind. Yeah, separate self. If you identify with the separate self, you must perceive yourself as guilty.
So that's the consequence of believing that you're a separate self. Guilt is inevitable.
Because you denied God. Denied.
Yeah. In order to have the separate self, you must have denied love, and then you're guilty for this terrible sin of denying love, of destroying love.
Okay.
Whenever you respond to your ego,
Whenever you respond to your ego, you will experience guilt and you will fear punishment. Whenever you respond to your belief in separation, you will experience guilt and you will fear punishment.
and that just means a comment there, I think. And, so right here is laying out. You see where this diagram came from. If you look at the diagram again, sent into help. You identify with the belief in separation, you will experience guilt and you will fear punishment. Direct cause-effect relationship. This is where the metaphysics, all of the teaching comes. It's in the course. It's just in these sections. So this diagram just puts it together into a simple diagrammatic form. It's maybe easier to understand.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just sort of, I don't know, I'm sort of sometimes think I don't really have an awful, I suppose if we haven't let go of all fear and guilt, then we can't have any sense of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Or can we? I mean, there's that time, when you wake up in the morning before the thoughts kick in, when you feel perfectly peaceful. Is that pure formless awareness of perfect love? Or is that just?
Well, it's a glimpse of it. There's some kind of access to it. There, if you're feeling peaceful, there's it's coming from this awareness. But for most people, it's deeply buried. So they get little glimpses, but then the mind kicks in and starts its programming again, and it just covers it over. So a lot of mind training required to undo all of that. And then, you might have access to really sort of deeper states start arising. Sally's had a few experiences where she just, I'm just in peace for hours. That kind of thing can happen if the mind is correcting. And it's just open to this experience of deep peace. But he's saying, do the correction. You must correct these crazy ideas first for that kind of experience to come and be lasting.
Yeah.
And correcting perception leads ultimately to revelation. But that will happen when it happens. You're not in control of revelation, but you can change your mind and you can control that by choice.
So, for example, correcting perception, all the craziness that went on, my situation with the courts and, all the injustice and everything. I just have to say it never happened. But, correct it, it never happened.
Yeah, and then release. It's to release the beliefs and to release the thoughts and the emotions. Emotions is a big one. To correct that feeling of whatever anxiety or anger, or it's to drop all that, because that's all false. That's a covering or the veil over pure formless awareness of perfect love. See, so the ego is made up. It's an elaborate dream to justify these thoughts and emotions. That's all it's doing. It needs the situation in the external world to justify these thoughts and emotions, which cover over pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's all that's going on. I had that insight
for a couple of years before this latest
Mhm.
situation, I mean, I was doing courses with Sally and doing other things where I was just clearing all of this stuff, this anger and rage and all the rest of it, and hoping for, you know, a more harmonious, peaceful scenario. And it just got worse. It got horrendous.
It got worse because you had a lot of deep-seated stuff that's lurking in your subconscious. So then that's a projection of your subconscious mind, projecting out all of that guilt, and then the fear of punishment and the anger and the hatred and the attack. All of that's projected out in your dream. It's coming from your unconscious guilt. You see, most of this is unconscious. We don't know. It's all been buried. Remember this in this diagram. These lines, the dotted lines, symbolize a forgetting. It's like an amnesia comes over the mind, and you forget what you've done. So you come down, and as you come down the levels, you end up seemingly being a victim of this cruel world. Experiencing the limitation, lack, loneliness, and suffering before you die. You've forgotten that you did it all. You came down the ladder with in your beliefs, and so guilt is buried. You don't know that. You know, if you said to most people, do you feel guilty? They'd say, no, I don't feel guilty. I'm okay. But it's buried underneath it. So then you need the triggers to allow it to come into conscious awareness, so that you can get through the barriers, because it's all subconscious. So these represent levels of the mind. You know, the triggers are necessary to bring it up into awareness through these barriers, so that you can be aware of it.
So I believed I had so much to accuse my ex of and to blame him for and, you know, attack him for. And that was all, in fact, just my own guilt that came from having separated.
Yeah, exactly. And now you've got to project it onto someone, and he will do. So you project it onto him and say, "You're the guilty one, you bastard." And then you've projected your guilt onto someone else, so that you're not the one who's now going to be punished. This is the ego's childish belief. Oh no, he'll be the one who's punished by this invented God. So I get to keep my separate self, my individual identity, but I get to offload the guilt onto my ex. And that's what the ego's done.
Except I don't, because he just shoveled it 1,000 times bigger onto me.
Well, because you can't, that's the point. You can't escape it that way. So the lesson is, well, that didn't work, because it just keeps coming back and recycling. You didn't really get rid of any of it. It just comes back even stronger. So it's not a functional thought system. It doesn't work. But the ego keeps believing it.
Yeah. I mean, on the level of form, I don't know what else I could have done apart from just being a complete doormat and saying, take whatever you want.
But it's not on the level of form. It's the level of the mind. See, it's the correction of the mind that's necessary. So that guilt, that sin, the fear, the attack, the hatred, the anger, all of that is what then creates the level of form. So it's collapsing all of that. It's letting go of that deep-seated stuff, which is the core of your ego. And that's why this is a great lesson. To deal with all of that is challenging, because you're dealing with the very essence of this ego, which is nasty. It's a nasty piece of work. And it's in your mind, and it seems to be deeply entrenched. And then, it's created this whole system where it seems now justified that, anger and fear and hatred and attack seem to be coming from without you, and that it all seems to be very real. And you have to see through that illusion. So no, it's still not true. It's still not real. So why am I getting upset? Why am I reacting in this way if it's not even happening? If it's not true? because you believe it is happening. That's why. Your separate self convinced you that, yes, you exist, your ex exists, the whole situation is real, it's really happening. And so the consequences are real, and guilt and sin and fear and attack are justified. But it's a setup to get you upset, to perpetuate this entire insane system, to just keep running around in these thoughts of guilt, sin, fear, attack, hatred, and then feeling like the victim. Just keep you running around believing in all of this, and very far away from the truth, which is your pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is then covered over, and you're just lost in the stream of all these false thoughts and emotions. And that's the only purpose. And when I had my little revelation experience after 9 days of Vipassana meditation, it was so clear to me. Like, I really understood what the veil of illusion means. It's like, okay, the whole thing is just a justification. The illusion of form, the universe, the world is just the apparent justification for these dark thoughts and emotions, guilt, fear, sin, attack thoughts. Now they seem to be justified, so the ego seems to be justified in its existence, and all of it is just designed as a covering over, or a veil over the truth. The world, and then the thoughts and the beliefs the world engenders of guilt, sin, fear, and attack. It's just a massive veil of illusion that covers over this awareness, which is still there in your mind. And then I was like, okay, I get it. That's why it's called a veil of illusion. That's why it's called the veil.
Mm.
Just a massive setup to experience, ongoing pain, misery, sickness, suffering, and death, justify all the negative emotions. So now these all seem to be justified by the externals, but they're not. And your only job is to see through the entire system, go up the bubble. The whole thing's just a delusion, because it's all based on one tiny mad idea that's not true.
Yeah.
The whole situation. And so your ex, the court, everything, it's one tiny mad idea that's the problem behind all of that, which you believed, and as a result of that belief, all of this stuff's manifesting. And if you continue believing in separation, then it will continue. So the experience is there to teach you, well, don't believe in separation. Because look at it, look at the consequences. It's dire, it's awful, it's so painful.
Mm.
So drop it, drop your separate self.
I'm
That's the only way.
I'm just using my pendulum. I mean, it tells me that I've dropped the belief in separation. Do I believe I'm Jackie? No. I believe I'm oneness. I mean, I get all the right answers.
Mm.
But it doesn't stick. Because I've done it before.
Well, it's deep-seated. This is the very core of your existence here, talking. And so you get up every day, you're in a body, and you're in this world, and that seems to be real.
Mm.
And this is saying, no, it's not real. You hallucinate, you're dreaming. None of it's true. None of it's real. But for the separate self, that's extremely threatening. Its entire existence is threatened. Okay. Kind of radical.
I think I need to put this one on my wall. This picture. This diagram.
Oh. Print it out and remind yourself. 29.
Page 29.
Okay, where were we? But it's a good, this section. The reason why we're taking so much time is because this is where this teaching comes from. There's a couple of other sections as well. We deal with guilt, but it comes from a theory in the text.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
we're reading and translating it
Well,
into
it's helpful.
Hmm.
6. Where did we get to? 7?
6.
6. Did you say 6? Whenever you respond to your ego, you will experience guilt and you will fear punishment.
Oh, I think we did that one. So number 7.
Yeah. The ego is quite. I thought we did that one.
There's the guilt, and you will fear punishment.
Yeah.
You will experience guilt and you will fear punishment. There's the direct causal connection in this diagram.
The ego is quite literally a fearful thought. I mean, that's good, isn't it?
So,
It is.
the belief in separation is quite literally a fearful thought. If that works.
Yeah. So that's okay, isn't it? So we need to go back up. We're just going
A ridiculous idea.
However ridiculous the idea of attacking God may be to the sane mind, never forget that the ego is not sane. Okay. However ridiculous the idea of attacking pure formless awareness of perfect love may be to the sane mind, never forget that the belief in separation is not sane.
Well, how insane? It's like, yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Because it's insane and it's delusional.
Yeah. It represents a delusional system. Hang on, do we need to go up again? Just keep going here. It represents.
That's going to be the same. So let's make it a thought system, right? It's a delusional thought system. And speaks for it.
Listening to the belief in separation's voice means that you believe it is possible to attack pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that a part of it has been torn away by you. Fear of retaliation from without follows because the severity of the guilt is so acute that it must be projected.
Okay. So this guilt is acute, and then we must project it out. So this entire cosmos was created by that process. Intense guilt at what we think we've done creates this intense fear of punishment and attack, and then we must project that all out. And so the mind goes insane, projects this all out we go out of our minds and we create an alternate reality that's seemingly physical, when we're literally out of our minds. But now all of that, guilt and the sin and the fear and the attack thoughts are all encoded into this from the start. So no wonder it's become what it has become. Because what would you expect from guilt, sin, fear, and attack? Love didn't create this. These are the delusions that created the world and the universe. So what would you expect but a universe and a world where this kind of stuff goes on all the time? Accusation, blame, attack, guilt, fear, sin, and all of this is very present, very manifest here, because these were the ideas that gave birth to the whole thing. So, what else would you expect? which is why heaven, state of pure formless awareness, perfect love, is beyond all this. No, there's no reconciliation. You can't make this exist alongside this. They both are true. One is true and one is not. They completely contradict each other. Okay, so let's personalize this. And my separate self is the part of. You want to help me as we go along, Jackie?
Yeah, the beliefs in division.
Vision.
How could what a perfect love a detached self? It's can we change that? Looks right. We spoke
Okay.
before the authority problem is based on the concept of usurping power.
We can take that one out.
Okay. My separate self believes that this is what
This is what you did. So my separate self believes that
is what I did because
because we took out the previous sentence, that I usurped power of perfect love.
because I believe that because it believes that it is me.
That it is me. Yeah, so it's a false identity that's now in charge. It's usurped the power of what should be in charge, and it said, "No, I'm in charge. I'm the big cheese, and love is nowhere."
Yeah.
No.
Okay. If I identify with the separate self, I must perceive myself as guilty. Whenever I respond to my belief in separation, I will experience guilt and will fear punishment. My belief in separation is quite literally a fearful thought. However ridiculous the idea of attacking pure formless awareness of perfect love may be to the same, to my same, I must never forget that the belief in separation, that my belief in separation is not sane. It represents a delusional thought system and speaks for it. If I listen to the belief in separation's voice, this means that I believe it is possible to attack pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that a part of it has been torn, and that I have torn a part of it away. I believe.
Maybe this would be better as separate self's voice.
If I listen to my separate self's voice, yeah, it means that I believe it is possible, to attack pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that that I have torn away a part of it. Fear of retaliation.
So-
I experience fear of retaliation from without. I mean, from without. Yeah, we don't even. Okay. Because the severity of my guilt is so acute that it must be that I must project it.
So we can't really stand the guilt. So we must project it onto someone else. And the world provides the perfect opportunity to do that because it keeps giving us people to project our guilt onto.
Yeah. I'm a bit bored of getting so many people to project my guilt onto. It's getting very tedious.
But that's good. You go, well, it's insane. It doesn't work. So maybe
I'll get rid of it.
Well, you drop the idea that you're a separate self. That's how.
Okay. I believe I'm a
You
separate.
are not Jackie.
No, I don't believe I'm Jackie, apparently. But I still believe in all Jackie's problems.
Well, that's the thing. It's all very well, yeah, I'm not Jackie, but then Jackie's problems come and then they trigger me. And I feel like these problems are real.
Yes, absolutely. Okay.
Ingenious system, really. I mean, you got the ego is just, wow. What a mind job it's done on us. Convince us that it's all real and true. Okay, so do you want to read that from the top? Reasonably slowly.
Okay. My separate self is the part of my mind that believes in division. How could part of perfect love detach itself without believing it is attacking itself? My separate self believes that I usurped the power of perfect love because it believes that it is me. If I identify with my separate self, I must perceive myself as guilty. Whenever I respond to my belief in separation,
slow down a bit. Just pause, like after, let's say, whenever I respond to my belief in separation, you pause for a few seconds and just then you can say it. So I'm trying to say it out loud, but it's too quick.
Okay.
So you want to try it again? So you would say my separate self is the part of my mind. Pause for a couple of seconds. That believes in division.
My separate self is the part of my mind that believes in division. How could part of perfect love detach itself without believing it is attacking itself? My separate self believes that I usurped the power of perfect love because it believes that it is me. If I identify with my separate self, I must perceive myself as guilty. Whenever I respond to my belief in separation, I will experience guilt and fear punishment. My belief in separation is quite literally a fearful thought. However ridiculous the idea of attacking pure formless awareness of perfect love may be to my sane mind, I must never forget that my belief in separation is not sane. It represents a delusional thought system and speaks for it. If I listen to my separate self's voice, it means that I believe it is possible to attack pure formless awareness of perfect love. And I have torn away a part of it. I then experience fear of retaliation from outside me, because the severity of my guilt is so acute that I must project. Let's project it. Maybe.
Yeah, there's a number 6 there whenever I respond.
What's he saying then?
So the separate self is the part of the mind that believes that the mind can be divided or is divided. And in detaching itself, so you can't believe you've detached yourself without also believing, oh, where's it gone?
Sorry. Just checking where we are. Yeah.
There we are. That you have attacked perfect love. So the separate self believes that that's what it is, and as such, usurped the power of perfect love. It's a inevitability that if I identify with my separate self, I will see myself as guilty. And consequently fear punishment. So the belief in separation is nothing, well, it is a fearful thought. And it's not a sane belief.
The key understanding there is understanding how guilt leads to fear, which leads to attack thoughts and the projection outwards. Sin, guilt, fear, attack. And we project guilt outwards as attack thoughts.
Yeah.
And then I experience fear of retaliation from outside me. And I invent a wrathful, vengeful God and various people in the dream. Characters in my dream who are attacking me. So it's this, really here is the essence of the metaphysics of the ego. The individual identity leading to guilt and sin, leading to fear, leading to the projection of the mind outwards. Now we projected our guilt outwards into a dream world, and we believe that's real. And now we experience the downsides of it. We experience accusation, blame, complaint, criticism, judgment, attack as seemingly real. Parts of this real effects of this thought system. And this becomes our world. You go, well, this is reality. And we've replaced true reality with this false reality that covers over the mind. Okay, is that clear? Any questions on 3? Okay, so number 4. Already?
Yeah. Okay, so whatever you accept into your mind has reality for you. It is your acceptance of it that makes it real. If you enthrone the ego in your mind, you are allowing it to enter, makes it your reality. If you enthrone the belief in separation in your mind, you're allowing it to enter, makes it your reality.
I think maybe the separate self would be better there. Because this becomes your chosen self by default, by definition making the separate self, the belief in separation real by believing in the separate self.
This is because the mind is capable of creating reality or making illusions. I said before that you must learn to think with God. I said before that you must learn to think with pure, formless awareness of perfect love.
Think with him.
To think with him is to think with him is to think like him. So to think with pure, formless awareness of perfect love is, oh, you just said it. Okay, to think with it is to think like it. Okay. Yep. This engenders joy, not guilt, because it is natural. Guilt is a sure sign that your thinking is unnatural. Unnatural thinking will always be attended with guilt, because it is the belief in sin. The belief in separation does not perceive sin as a lack of love, but as a positive act of assault. This is necessary to the belief in separation, separation's survival, because as soon as you regard sin as a lack, you will automatically attempt to remedy the situation. And you will succeed. The belief in separation regards this as doom, but you must learn to regard it as freedom.
Okay.
Or the separate self. I don't know what.
Yeah, maybe the last.
The separate self. Yeah. No. The separate self survival. Yeah, that's also good. The separate self survival. You want to put there as well?
Yeah, I think so. It depends on the context whether you use belief in separation. Separate selves. To go hand in glove, because a separate self requires separation to exist, seemingly exist. So you collapse the belief in separation, you must collapse your separate self, belief in your separate self as well. Which is why this is hard, because the belief in separation has been manifested in the separate self.
Or we could have said actually here at number 10 as well, the separate self does not perceive sin as lack of love, but as a positive act of assault. And number 10.
Yeah, no, can do that. Okay, so just personalize this.
I'm just thinking.
Hmm?
I'm just having my own personal laughter.
At this ridiculous thought system.
Yeah. The separate self system. Oh my thought system. That's crazy. When you think about it, you're like, yeah, we are really all insane in the membrane. We really are insane. But people,
by
most people
definition.
don't even acknowledge their insanity. That's the thing. We don't even always acknowledge this insanity.
Yeah, the human condition is insane. We just don't realize.
You say the human condition.
Yeah, is insane.
Yeah.
To be human is to be insane.
That's for sure.
But it's so everyone's insane. So it seems like normal. This is the normal world. Well, everyone's insane, and all this insane stuff passes for normal because it happens so often. And it takes a master who's attained, true sanity, like Yeshua, to point out insanity. Say, well, this is crazy. It's the images on the cave wall being projected. Use Plato's cave analogy, and you're believing in all this. It's none of it's true.
Yeah.
So it's only our acceptance. It is my acceptance of it makes it real.
Yeah, that's even worse. We're accepting the insanity.
Yeah. So this process is about starting to question it and say, no, I don't accept this insane system anymore. I question it and I undo it in my mind whenever it presents itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I enthrone my separate self in my mind.
So whatever I accept into my mind has reality for me. It is my acceptance of it that makes it real. If I enthrone my separate self in my mind, you're allowing it, or my allowing it to enter makes it my reality. This is because my mind is capable of creating reality or making illusions. I said, Yeshua said before.
I'm going to put capital there, capital reality. Creating reality or making illusions.
Or extending, creating. I think creating, I don't know. Extending reality.
You're not really creating it. You are it. You don't create reality. You extend it.
Extending.
It's already there. You can't. That's the whole point. You can't create reality, true reality, because it's already created. It's already there. So it's capable of extending it or making illusions. So projection in the ego sense is the projection of guilt and sin and fear outwards, making illusions. Extending reality is extending love. Okay.
Yeah. I said before that I must learn to think with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
And maybe just think I said before.
Oh no, we said Yeshua said. Oh yeah, I must. Yeah, you're right. I must.
Don't really need.
Yeah, that's good. I must learn to think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. If I think with it, I think like it.
I think we can just leave it as is. To think with it is to think like it. Hmm? Hmm?
I don't know. It's nice to personalize, no? If I think like it,
So,
if I think with it, I think like it.
Hmm.
No, I
Okay.
don't know. I think it's nice to personalize, but
Okay. I
I
think
think
with
with
it.
it, I think like it.
Yeah. Okay. I think like it. This.
This brings me joy.
Yeah.
This brings me joy, not guilt, because it's natural. My guilt is a sure. My guilt is a sure sign that my thinking is unnatural.
Hmm.
It's funny how you say sure, like it sounds like an SH, sure. SH, but it's only S.
Hmm.
Sure. It's interesting words like that you say sure, but it's only an S.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, we'll talk about grammar another time. Or the spelling. Unnatural thinking. My unnatural thinking will always be attended with guilt.
Always.
Because it's my belief in sin. Or because I believe in sin.
A natural thing will always lead to me experiencing guilt because.
Or when I believe in sin. No, or because.
No, I just said because it is the belief in sin.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
It is my belief.
It is my belief in sin. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Yeah. My separate self. I think I'm gonna have to kill a big, massive fly tonight, unfortunately.
Right.
I need to be forgiven for that sin. Another forgiveness lesson.
It's not really a sin because it never happened.
Okay, it never happened. You're right. It's an invisible fly. It's an illusionary fly.
Yeah.
Oh
It
my
only
God.
happened in a dream.
Yeah, it happened in the dream. It's interesting how we think like that. Yeah. Okay, so my separate self does not perceive sin as a lack of love, but as a positive act of assault. This is necessary to my separate self survival. Necessary to my separate self survival because as soon as I regard sin as a lack, I will automatically attempt to remedy the situation. And I will succeed. My separate self regards this as doom, but I must learn to regard it as freedom.
Okay. So read that from the top slowly.
Okay, slowly. Whatever I accept into my mind has reality for me. It is my acceptance of it that makes it real. if I enthrone my separate self in my mind, my allowing it to enter makes it my reality. This is because my mind is capable of extending reality or making illusions. I must learn to think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. If I think with it, I think like it. This brings me joy. Not guilt, because it is natural. My guilt is a sure sign that my thinking is unnatural. My guilt is a sure sign that my thinking is unnatural. My unnatural thinking will always lead to me experiencing guilt. Lead me, sorry, I think this is, yeah. Lead me to experiencing guilt or to experience guilt. My unnatural thinking will always lead me to experience guilt. Because it is my belief in sin. My separate self does not perceive sin as a lack of love. But as a positive act of assault. This is necessary to my separate self's survival. Because as soon as I regard sin as a lack, I will automatically attempt to remedy the situation. and I will succeed. My separate self regards this as doom. But I must learn to regard it as freedom.
And so it is.
And so it is.
So, yeah, what's he saying there in summary?
Well, what I accept in my mind becomes my reality. So it's my acceptance of it that makes it real. So if it says if I enthrone my separate self in my mind, then I'm allowing it to enter and make it my reality. So because my mind is capable or able to extend my reality or making illusions. So I must learn to think with pure formless awareness of perfect love, to think with it and as like it, or as it, yeah, like it, to bring me myself joy and not guilt. Guilt is a sure sign that my thinking is not natural. And this thinking leads me to an experience of guilt because it's my belief in sin. So when I believe in sin, I experience guilt. And my separate self does not perceive sin as a lack of love, but as a positive act of assault. And that's what my separate self wants, to survive, to create more situation like that. So as soon as I regard sin as a lack, I will automatically attempt to remedy the situation and of course will succeed. But my separate self regards this as doom and I must learn to regard it as freedom. So I must actually let go of that belief in guilt and sin and separation if I want to really be and think as pure formless awareness, well, not think, but be pure formless awareness of perfect love in my truth.
Yeah. Guilt is the problem.
Yeah.
So the Course emphasizes over and over, you must let go of your guilt. And the guilt is deep-seated. The guilt is subconscious guilt. So it's existential guilt of feeling guilty just for existing.
Yeah, that's massive. Yeah, that's massive guilt. And the problem is that it's subconscious, as you were saying earlier with Jackie. So it's not always easy to uncover it because it's often disguised by other beliefs and other thoughts, other.
Well, that's what the world is for. The world is to help you uncover it.
Yeah.
So the triggers help uncover it, reveal it, and then you can correct it. That's why the world is reinterpreted by the Holy Spirit. The world is a learning device to help you learn to let go of the separate self and the belief in separation. Okay. So happy with number 4, number 5. Jackie, you back? You want to read number 5 for us?
Yep. Run out of power. Hopefully I've got plenty now. The guiltless mind cannot suffer. That's the same. Being sane, the mind heals the body because it has been healed. That's the same. The sane mind cannot conceive of illness because it cannot conceive of attacking anyone or anything. Sane mind cannot conceive of illness because it cannot conceive of attacking anyone or anything. Stays the same.
Mm-hmm.
I said before that illness is a form of magic. So it stays the same. It might be better to say that it is a form of magical solution. Okay. The ego believes that by punishing itself, it will mitigate the punishment of God. The belief in separation believes that by punishing itself, it will mitigate the punishment of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
That should be separate self.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's
I think
fundamentally
that punishing itself will mitigate. That's better, isn't it? So punishing itself will mitigate. That's clearer.
yeah. I don't know how can a belief have a belief?
Separate self believes. I've changed it
The
to
separate self is, I know, but the separate self is still fundamentally a belief, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Well, that's the whole point. How can a false belief have a belief? But it's all illusion. It's make believe. I believe I'm a separate self, and then that separate self has all these beliefs, which seem to be real and true, but none of them are. It's all just imaginary, fantasy.
Okay.
False, like a little thought bubble in your mind that's going around and around within itself. But underlying that is pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's never changed and is not affected by any of these false beliefs.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. 7. Yet even in this, it is arrogant. It attributes to God a punishing intent and then takes this intent as its own prerogative. Yet even in this, it is arrogant. It attributes to pure formless awareness of perfect love a punishing intent and then takes this intent as its own prerogative. It tries to usurp all the functions of God as it perceives them, because it recognizes that only total allegiance can be trusted. It tries to usurp all the functions of perfect love as it perceives them, because it recognizes that only total allegiance can be trusted.
Okay.
Yep.
My guiltless mind cannot suffer.
Yeah.
Same.
My mind heals my body because my mind has been healed. I think that needs to be, doesn't it?
Yeah.
My sane mind cannot conceive of illness because it cannot conceive of attacking anyone or anything. Yeshua said before that illness is a form of magic. It might.
Illness is a form of magic.
Okay. Or it might be better to say a form of magical solution. Or we could say illness is a form of magical solution. Why mean to do that?
Yeah.
The separate self believes that punishing itself will mitigate the punishment of pure formless awareness of perfect love. My separate self believes that. Yet even in this, it is arrogant. It attributes pure formless awareness of perfect love, punishing intent, and then takes this intent as its own prerogative. It tries to usurp all the functions of perfect love as it perceives them, because it recognizes that only total allegiance can be trusted. Right.
Yeah. So, do you want to read that from the top quite slowly?
Yeah. My guiltless mind cannot suffer. Being sane, my mind heals my body because my mind has been healed. My sane mind cannot conceive of illness because it cannot conceive of attacking anyone or anything. Illness is a form of magic or form of magical solution. My separate self believes that punishing itself will mitigate the punishment of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So Jackie, just pause.
Sorry, did I do?
In the middle of the sentence, because I'm trying to say it out loud and it's
too long. Okay.
So you say illness is a form. So my separate self believes that punishing itself, you pause, will mitigate the punishment of pure formless awareness of perfect love. So that you break that sentence into two. And you want to just do.
My separate self believes that punishing itself will mitigate the punishment of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Yet even in this, it is arrogant. It attributes to pure formless awareness of perfect love a punishing intent. And then takes this intent as its own prerogative. It tries to usurp all the functions of perfect love as it perceives them, because it recognizes that only total allegiance can be trusted.
So what's he saying there in summary?
So when the mind is free of guilt, there's no suffering. At that point, when it's sane, the mind heals the body because the mind itself has been healed through letting go of the guilt. The sane mind cannot conceive of illness because it cannot conceive of attacking anyone or anything. What is that lesson? Something about my attack thought. I can change the world I see by letting go of attack thoughts. So I guess
I can escape from the world I see. Yeah.
That's it. Illness is a form of magic or magical solution. It's actually, I don't know if I understand that really. Illness is a form of magical solution.
Magical form, magical solution. Okay.
I see. My separate self believes that that punishing itself is the magical solution because it will mitigate the punishment of perfect love.
Yeah. So rather than be destroyed, I'll punish myself and just make myself feel, which is less fearful being destroyed by perfect love.
Yeah. Okay. Even in this, it's arrogant because it attributes to pure formless awareness of perfect love a punishing intent, and then itself takes that intent as its own prerogative. It attempts to usurp all the functions of perfect love as it perceives them, because it recognizes that only total allegiance can be trusted.
You want to keep the verb usurp. I think it's quite a good.
Yeah.
Maybe it is actually the correct.
Yeah. Take over, maybe.
Take over all the function. Perfect love as perceives them. Maybe we can take it as it perceives them because it recognizes that only total allegiance can be trusted. So, really rather insane, and it's telling us here, if you look at this diagram, concept of a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God. You know, this is what the ego is made up as its projection. So it takes this on and says, well, this fearful, wrathful, vengeful God, this false God made by the ego, is now given the punishing intent, and will act out this punishment that the ego believes is justified. But actually none of it's true, because pure formless awareness of perfect love remains unaffected by any of this madness and any of this delusion. Okay?
Great.
Happy with that?
Yeah. Okay, I'm afraid I'm going to have to say goodnight because it's well past my bedtime. But that was a really good session. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Jackie. So join us tomorrow if you can. We'll do
do
your higher purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good night, Jackie.
Night, Orly. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Take care.
You too.
Okay.
How many is left? Because I also have to give a phone call actually shortly. But how many do we have left?
3 paragraphs, 6, 7, 8. 8's short, but 7's quite long. Do you want to take a quick break?
No, I'd rather get it done with.
Okay, we might be another half an hour. So up to you. But if you need to, why don't we take? I just need a comfort break. We'll take.
Okay, because that phone call is gonna take a while, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Not a quick one.
No.
Okay. Well, just a 2-minute comfort break.
Okay.
Yeah? And we'll resume proceedings. So let me just stop that. Close the recording. Okay. See you in 2 minutes. Okay. Already back. Number 6. I'll start it. So, all right. So the ego cannot oppose the laws of God any more than you can. And interpret them according to what it wants, just as you can. So belief in separation cannot oppose the laws of perfect love any more than you can, but it can interpret them according to what it wants, just as you can. That is why the question, what do you want, must be answered. Answering it every minute and every second. And each moment of decision is a judgment that is anything but ineffectual. Its effects will follow automatically until the decision is changed. Remember though, the alternatives themselves are unalterable. Unchangeable. The Holy Spirit, like the ego, has a decision. Remembrance of perfect love, like the belief in separation, is a decision. Together, they constitute all the alternatives the mind can accept and obey. The Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love, and the ego are the only choices open to you. Remembrance of perfect love and the belief in separation are the only choices open to you. God created one, and so you cannot eradicate it. Pure formless awareness of perfect love extended. One. Change created to inspire us. As one, and so you cannot eradicate it. You made the other, and so you can. Only what God creates, only what pure formless awareness of perfect love stands, is irreversible and unchangeable. What you made can always be changed, because when you do not think like God, like pure formless awareness of perfect love, you are not really thinking at all. Delusional ideas are not real thoughts, although you can believe in them. But you are wrong. Function of thought comes from God or perfect love and is in God. Perfect love. Function of thought comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love and is in pure formless awareness of perfect love. So thought, true thought, occurs within this realm. It's part of its thought. So we're talking about awareness here. Part of its thought or awareness. Cannot think apart from it. Okay, so let's personalize this. My belief in separation cannot oppose the laws of perfect love any more than I can. We can interpret them according to what it wants, just as I can. That is why the question, what do I want, must be answered. I must answer. Question, what do I want? I'm answering it every minute and every second, in each moment of decision, a judgment that is anything but ineffectual. Change that to powerful. Hey, Susie. How are you?
I just got in. I was listening to you online and I thought I might as well just come on because I didn't realise you'd be on, and it's an interesting subject.
Yeah, it is. So, welcome to the graveyard flip. It's still going at 11 o'clock. Yeah.
You're hardcore, aren't you?
To go. Well, I got to finish it.
Well, let me just switch this matrix thing off because it's obviously...
Yeah, it's so funny. Hi, Susie.
So we needed your magic, and look.
Ah, it's working.
Susie's
Yay.
alive.
Miraculous touch.
Yeah.
You've got the Midas touch.
Yay.
So, yeah, where are we? I'm just summarizing this in personalized form. So if you help me, its effects will follow automatically until the decision is changed, till I change my decision. So we're just personalizing this.
Yeah. We can skip that one, no?
What?
This sentence 5, no?
Terms to themselves are unchangeable. Well, I can just say that.
Or we can just put the alternatives, but the alternative, yeah, that's it.
Themselves are unchangeable.
My remembrance of perfect love, like my belief in separation, is a decision. Yeah. Not that I'm aware of it, or that we are aware of it, because before nobody kind of knew about that. At least some of us know now.
Yeah, well, we need mind training to know.
Yeah.
So we've forgotten. See, we've forgotten that we've believed in something that's not true.
Yeah.
And that there's an alternative. We just believe that this new belief is true. and that's completely overwhelmed and usurped the other belief.
Yeah.
So this is the mind training to remind us there's another belief that we've buried, but it's still there. So together they constitute all alternatives my mind can accept and obey.
My
My
remembrance,
remembrance of love and my belief in separation
are the only choices open for me or to me.
to me.
Mm.
Almost awareness of perfect love inspires one, and so I cannot eradicate it. And so the Holy Spirit comes from remembrance of perfect love, comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love. Direct connection. It says creates, but I just used inspires. It's the translation. I think it's better. And so I cannot eradicate it. I made the other, and so I can. Only my pure formless awareness of perfect love extends, is irreversible and unchangeable. What I made can always be changed, because when I do not think like pure formless awareness of perfect love,
I'm not really thinking.
I'm not really thinking at all. Keep pure formless awareness. Just perfect love is the summary of it, but I think it's useful in this context to have the whole thing. What do you think? Pure formless awareness of perfect love. When I do not think like pure formless awareness of perfect love, I'm not really thinking at all. The awareness kind of makes it. When I do not thinking like this awareness is useful. Delusional ideas are not real thoughts, although I can believe in them, but I am wrong. When I do, I am wrong. Function of thought comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love and is in pure formless awareness of perfect love. And so it comes from and in this awareness,
My
and as part of it.
My function of thought?
No,
No?
that doesn't really work. My function of thought. Function of thought. My function of thought. My function of thought.
Or my
Yeah, it doesn't quite work with.
yeah, okay. Yeah,
The function of thought comes from pure formless awareness and is in pure formless awareness. As part of its thought, capital thought, and thought really in this context is awareness. When we are in this awareness, we are in the thought of God. But it's not a thought in subject-object dualistic
it's
term.
formless, yeah.
It's an awareness,
Yeah.
pure formless awareness. So that awareness is the thought of God. I cannot think apart from it. Well,
but God doesn't have thought, right?
It's not thought as we think of thought, tradition. Yeah, it's not form-based thought. I, subject, think about something, object, and I've got all these thoughts about it. It's not that kind of thought at all. It's a completely different kind of thought, or awareness is a better, because thought with a capital T is not the same as thought with a small t. It's a different kind of thought.
Yeah. I cannot think apart from it.
Okay, so do you want to read that slowly? All right.
Okay. My belief in separation cannot oppose the laws of perfect love any more than I can.
So just so Susie knows, we read it slowly and then you repeat after
Oh yeah,
already. So she pauses and then you repeat after her
yeah. I
to
was
yourself.
yeah.
The saying. So she'll go, my belief in separation cannot oppose the laws of perfect love. And you pause there any more than I can. Pause.
Yeah.
And it can, so then you can actually say it as an affirmation. And it's quite powerful. Although it takes time, I think it's worth it.
Okay. Okay.
All
I'll
right.
just switch
So
my
you
mute
can
off.
put yourself on. You can put
Yeah.
yourself on.
My belief in separation cannot oppose the laws of perfect love any more than I can. But it can interpret them according to what it wants. Just as I can. That is why I must answer the question, what do I want? I am answering it every minute and every second. And each moment of decision is a judgment that is powerful. Its effects will follow automatically until I change my decision. But the alternatives themselves are unchangeable. My remembrance of perfect love like my belief in separation is a decision. Together, they constitute all the alternatives my mind can accept and obey. My remembrance of perfect love and my belief in separation are the only choices open to me. Pure formless awareness of perfect love inspires one. What happened there?
I just deleted. They repeated. It's basically the same sentence repeated. Just deleted one of them.
It's still showing the repetition there, no?
My belief in separation is a decision. The only choice is open to me. Well, we delete that. Together they constitute the only alternatives my mind can accept and obey. And then he repeats it, my remembrance of perfect love, my belief in separation are the only choices open to me. So we don't need both sentences because they actually say the same thing. You could say, maybe take that one out. Pure formless awareness of perfect love inspires one. Carry on.
And so I cannot eradicate it.
So I cannot eradicate it.
I made the other, and so I can. Only what pure formless awareness of perfect love extends is irreversible and unchangeable. What I made can always be changed because when I do not think like pure formless awareness of perfect love, I am not really thinking at all. Delusional ideas are not real thoughts. Although I can believe in them. But when I do, I am wrong. The function of thought comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love. And is in pure formless awareness of perfect love. As part of its thought or awareness, I cannot think apart from it.
So what's he saying here?
So wait, I have a question here because I don't get that part where it says when I do not think like pure formless awareness of perfect love, because when you are that perfect love, there's no thought, really. You can't think. So where's that coming from? When I do not think like pure formless, because pure formless awareness of perfect love doesn't even think, does not think, or does not have thought. So how can you think like it?
Well, again, he's trying to use language to explain what's beyond language. He's using language we're familiar with and saying, when I don't think like it. But the thought of pure formless awareness is so completely different to what we used to think of as thought, that the words don't really describe it.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't resonate at all. This what I'm when I do not think like pure, I cannot really think like it, like an awareness or like a just love, that state, like a state. How can you think as a state or like a state? It's I don't resonate, or I don't.
Well, what we're saying here, what he's saying here is that this thought, capital thought, is really just this is
an awareness.
Same as pure formless awareness.
Yeah, it's an awareness.
So it's awareness, but it's not when you're thinking like this awareness, it's not the kind of thought that the ego is engages in. The ego's thoughts are false. The whole system is false. So dualistic thought is false thought. Whereas pure formless awareness is the true capital thought. But again, we're going way beyond language. Capital thought or capital awareness, these are just pointers to a state of mind that's way, way beyond really description. It just is. And so he's doing the best he can with language to highlight it. And he's using thought because that's what we think. We think, that our thoughts are so important and meaningful. And he's saying, well, none of these thoughts really mean anything. If you're not thinking like God, in other words, you're not aware, and we could change it. Part of it's thought. I cannot think apart from it. I cannot
be.
Yeah, cannot be apart from it. But I quite like the thinking idea, because he's saying your thoughts can now be directed by this awareness.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the Holy Spirit's coming in and saying, okay, we can use thought, but it's now a purified thought. This is what it's all about, purified perception. It's not it's just pure formless awareness. If you're just in that and there's nothing else, then that's revelation. You're in oneness and you transcend time, space. So this is kind of the idea that I cannot think apart from it. My thoughts, even though they seem to be operating in time and space, are really coming from this awareness. So these are the thoughts of God. Think, well, as I give, I receive. When I forgive, then I forgive myself. These are thoughts that come from that awareness. See? They're still thoughts, but they are spiritual thoughts. They're higher thoughts that come from the higher awareness.
Yeah.
So it's a level thing. It's like, well, which level are you talking about? Cannot think apart from it. Well, that's small t. So the thinking, would be like inspired thinking, Holy Spirit's thinking. But as part of its thought or awareness, that's transcendent level. That's on the higher level because it's capitalized. So that's at this level, in the level of knowledge. The blue circle. And then we think, now that's the translation. That's the how does this come into form? Well, it comes via the Holy Spirit, which thinks with the mind of God, and it can think a thought like, well, as I give, I receive, or to forgive myself is to forgive another is to forgive myself, and so on. These are thoughts of right. So they're still thoughts, and they're able to be quite practical and useful in this world, but they come from this higher awareness. They stream from it. Without oneness as an awareness, these thoughts couldn't exist because they express one.
I get that.
It's just what level you're looking at. You're correct. In this, it's not thought as we think of thought. It's not any kind of all those thoughts.
It's an awareness.
As I give, I receive. As I give, I receive, and as I forgive others, I forgive myself. These kinds of thoughts don't exist in this awareness because they're not necessary. There's just pure awareness, and that's it. But that's the top level. That's another level in which any kind of thought, as we think of thought, is not necessary. Time and space disappear. Perception is not required, and you simply are that awareness. But remember, he's addressing this to us to try and help us to bridge the gap. So hence he's got the concept of capital thought, which is really just coming from this awareness. So as part of its thought or awareness, capitalized, so that's telling you it's coming from the top level, then I cannot think apart
from it.
from it.
Yeah.
And so the thinking that I'm thinking now must come from it, and that's the blue arrow. It's been connected. I'm connected to the source by the Holy Spirit that can now bring it down into the dream world and allow me to think and perceive still in a form that's recognizable in this world. It's not just awareness, there's thought, but it's a spiritualized thought. It's a higher thought that helps us reinterpret the situation correctly. Right? So is that clear? It's just the levels. When you look at the levels of the Holy Trinity, it needs to be stepped down from this higher awareness into through the Christ, the one self, into the perceptions of the world. So it's like a step down of a very high frequency, high voltage, if you want to use that analogy, high voltage energy. When stuff comes down the power line, it's high voltage, and then it has to be transformed into a lower voltage in order to be useful. So it's kind of the same idea.
Yeah.
And then we'll get thought on this level, but it's true thought because it's inspired by pure formless awareness. But that's exactly the way. Those kinds of thoughts help us find our way back home.
Through the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, the Holy Spirit is this.
Yeah.
Is these blue arrows.
No,
which
but
are
I was
able
saying what power. I'm just saying that for what you just said before. I was just saying from what you were saying before. It's through the Holy Spirit that you perceive this higher awareness.
Yeah, exactly. So this is thought still, perceptual thought, but it's a kind of thought that doesn't create more illusions. It's a thought that frees you instead of enslaving.
Yeah.
That's what forgiveness is an illusion, but it's an illusion that will free you rather than enslave your mind. That's what he's training us to do.
Yeah.
So hence the okay, it's not, this isn't really thought in the same way. So it's good to realize that.
Yeah.
But I cannot think apart from it. It's like, okay, let's go down a level from capitalized thought or awareness into this kind of thought that's reinterpretive thought that's able to think from this perspective, but still interpret things in time and space, experiences in time and space for us, that in a helpful way that helps us with our dream world and helps us to make correct decisions and flow forward in our dream life back towards perfect oneness, because that's where it's all leading. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Jono. I'm gonna have to go now. Sorry.
Okay. Well, thank you for staying. Hopefully, Susie will see out the evening with me. We've got 2 more paragraphs to go. So,
I'll do my best.
okay.
I believe in you, Susie. You can do it.
Oh, bless you. Bless you. Thank you so much.
You
look
can
after
do it.
yourself.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good night. Thank you, Jono.
Very good. Very good.
Yay.
Yay.
Good night.
We need.
Good night. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay. All right. Cheers. Bye-bye. Must say. All right. So that is a wrap for number 6, I think. I've got it down as a personalized summary. So number 7 and number 8. 2 more to go, Susie. Hang in there. Well, you haven't actually been here that long, so it's not, but it is getting kind of late. So, all right. So, do you want to read irrational thought?
Do you want the alternative or it all?
So read. There's quite a bit to translate in these first ones. So read.
All right.
Read the original and then the translation.
Irrational thought is disordered thought. God himself orders your thought because your thought was created by him.
Okay. Translate that.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love itself orders your thought because your thought was created by it.
Okay, so maybe we just translate orders your thought as direct. Direct your thoughts because your thought was created by it. So your thoughts are extended by it, would be a better way of saying.
So if you have a toxic relationship with yourself, Jono, that's actually telling you that pure formless awareness orders your own thoughts. Oh no, it's too technical this time of night. Let me just go to number 3. Guilt.
No, it's a good question. What it means is we departed from our source.
Yeah.
Actually, the truth is that the source of our mind, and therefore the source of our thought, should be pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's all coming from that. And it's all extended by that. The delusion of the ego is that some other kind of thought is possible.
Right. Okay, thanks for that. It's just that I guess doing
What
this
is
more
thought?
and more, I've realised what's going off within my head. Okay.
And those disordered thoughts are not coming from pure formless awareness. They're coming from the deluded identity, the false identity of the ego. So it's false thought. The whole thing's, false identity creates false thought, false feelings, a false world that's a projection of all that. The entire thing is false, a hallucination, dream world, which we simply need to awaken from. Realize that it's all false.
Yeah. Okay.
And number 3, guilt feelings.
Guilt feelings are always a sign that you do not know this.
Yeah, that's going to say the same.
They also show that you believe you can think apart from God and want to. They also show that you believe you can think apart from pure formless awareness of perfect love and want to.
And let me just put it over there. So you can and want to think apart from pure formless awareness, perfect love.
Right.
Okay, every disordered thought.
Every disordered thought is attended by guilt at its inception and maintained by guilt in its continuous. Guilt is inescapable by those who believe they order their own thoughts.
Direct. Me instead of order.
Guilt is inescapable by those who believe they direct their own thoughts. That's weird, isn't it? Because some of the things that you do in self-development say that you do create your own thoughts.
But they're wrong.
Wow.
They're believing, see, in the separate self. They're believing in an illusion of a self that can create its own reality. I had a business, Life Pool, started 20 years ago, and our slogan was, you can create yourself. And I changed it once I came into this kind of awareness. I was like, no, that's not correct. You don't create yourself. That's a delusion. You discover yourself. You remember yourself, what was already there. But you can't create that which has already been created. So you see the departure of personal growth, a lot of these teachings and this teaching, they actually contradict each other. They can't be reconciled.
Mm.
So all of that, all of that other thinking, you think that you're creating a better self and a better life for yourself and all the goal setting, it's all part of the thought system of the ego.
Yeah. So people don't realize they're actually making their ego stronger, aren't they?
Yeah. The more you think those, the more you perpetuate the separate self. And if it succeeds to a level and you actually do get some of the stuff you thought you wanted, then the ego is even stronger. So, oh, this works. Well, look, you can manifest. You can now create stuff that you want, and this is good. You have power. This is good. So, keep doing it. But it's all magic because you're trying to fix the problem on the level of form when the problem is not on the level of form. The problem's in the mind.
Mm.
Much deeper than the surface level. So none of that magic stuff really addresses the real problems, which are sin, guilt, fear, anger, hatred, attack. Those all continue. You can do as much law of attraction stuff and creating a reality as you like. Those continue on in your life. Most people have these aspects and in other people's lives in the world. So it's only when you really done, say, I'm done with this. I don't need to do this anymore. And I'm sick and tired of the illusion of it, of the falsity of it. That, then you can escape.
But that's pretty big what it says there, because a lot of people do that. Guilt is inescapable by those who believe they direct their own thoughts. And there's so many people out there that say that they do create their own thoughts. And must therefore obey their dictates. Obey their dictates.
So we're slaves. When you're told, well, you can create your reality, and you can make a better self, and you can visualize, and you can affirm, and you can set goals, and you can achieve them. All of that is still false thought. It can be useful to go there and realize, yes, I can actually create. I have more power. I can create reality. That's a useful step in the right direction. But then you have to let it go. Say, okay, well, I've got to stop that. I can't keep miscreating and trying to do this, manifesting. When this teaching is saying, well, this is way, way beyond manifesting. You're just going to go into your true awareness. That doesn't require thought. It doesn't require the world at all. So can you see it? It's just a different level.
Yeah.
And everything you've done, the personal growth stuff and learning how to control your thoughts, and it's part of the training. Okay, well that's led you here to the awareness that actually no, it's all illusion, and there's something beyond it. But 10 years ago, you weren't ready to accept that. So it's all a progression. But that is the truth. Really,
This makes them feel responsible for their errors without recognizing that by accepting this responsibility, they are reacting irresponsibly.
Okay, so this makes them feel responsible for their errors.
Without recognizing.
Right? By accepting this responsibility, they're reacting irresponsibly.
You won't believe it, would you?
All right. So look at the tangle we get.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Okay, so I need to personal growth. No, I'm responsible. I'm responsible for my errors. You've got to own it. You take responsibility. All of that. And then we say, no, I'm being responsible. But actually, I'm reacting irresponsibly because I'm accepting what's not true. So, I can't get stuck in the perception of error. If you accept, okay, well, there seems to be an error, and I'm behind it. It's my own false thinking, but now I can correct it. Then that can be helpful. It can be a helpful step. But if you get stuck in the error, oh, well, I'm just responsible. No, own it. You need to own it. Well, what you're doing is actually making the error real, and it will foster guilt. You'll feel guilty because of the error. As he says, you're acting irresponsibly.
Yeah.
Because you're not responsible then to the sole responsibility of the miracle work or the correction work, which is to accept that one for himself or herself.
If the sole responsibility of the correction worker is to accept the at-one-ment for himself, and I assure you that it is, then the responsibility for what is atoned for cannot be yours.
Let's make that plural, shall we? Sole responsibility of correction makers to accept their one for themselves, and I show you that it is probably I'm going to take it out here. We'll take it out in the summary. I show you that it is, and the responsibility for what is atoned for cannot be yours.
Wow.
So we're not actually responsible for the falsity. The ego is responsible, and because the ego is just a false idea. So if you accept that the ego is you and therefore you're responsible, you're identifying falsely.
The dilemma cannot be resolved except by accepting the solution of undoing. You would be responsible for the effects of all your wrong thinking if it could not be undone. Purpose of the at-one-ment is to save the past in purified form only. If you accept the remedy for disordered thought, a remedy whose efficiency is beyond doubt, how can its symptoms remain? That's a really powerful number 7.
Yeah.
Some
good stuff. And you
just...
see, if you've been in personal growth, you see how this is like another level.
Yeah.
And it can't be reconciled. You can't say you create your own reality and you're responsible for your own thoughts and creating your own reality when actually you didn't create yourself, when you're an extension of God. And your only job is to accept that. Goes way beyond this idea that you're creating a reality and you're responsible for your thoughts and you got to own it, and all of these ideas are part of the egoic construct that keeps you here. Okay, so let's just personalize this. So rational thought is disordered thought. Disordered. You want to keep disordered thought, false thought.
Irrational thought is my own disordered thought, isn't it? Is it? Irrational thought is my own disordered thought?
Yeah, I could say my own. So my irrational thoughts are my own disordered thoughts. Okay, it forms the awareness of perfect love itself, directs my thoughts. Thoughts are extended. Directs my thoughts because thoughts are extended by it, because it, we just translate that into active. Because it extends my thoughts. Guilt feeling is always a sign that I do not know this.
Yeah.
And the thoughts should show that I believe.
Go back to there. You took the TH out.
Believe I can and want to think apart from formless awareness of perfect love.
What a distorted world we live in.
Yeah. Every disordered thought is attended by guilt at its inception and turned by guilt at its continuance. Every disordered thought tended by involves maybe
Every disordered thought involves
guilt at its inception.
Yeah. Maintained
by guilt and its continuance. Is maintained by guilt. How about is perpetuated by guilt.
Oh, big words at this time of night. What are you doing, John?
Well, I think it's the right word, perpetuated.
Yeah.
Remains.
I just can't get over the word guilt and how it really does screw you over.
Yeah. It's the root of all evil.
Yeah.
Well, the root of all evil is separation. The guilt makes that separation seemingly permanent. That's what it does. So without guilt, the belief would just be a belief, which could be easily overcome. But with guilt, it makes it seemingly permanent and real and inescapable.
Yeah.
You can't overcome the separation because you can't overcome the guilt. You're eternally guilty. You're eternally damned, deserve to be punished, and then the guilt remains. The whole thought system of separation remains.
Yeah. Guilt is inescapable by my own thoughts, by my own belief.
Those who believe, they direct their own thoughts. So if I believe, you see, this is a direct contradiction of that whole law of attraction.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. If I believe, I direct my own thoughts.
Yeah.
Guilt is inescapable. And I must therefore obey its dictates.
Wow.
So, you're being told, well, would you direct your own thoughts, you create your own reality, But actually, you're just confirming guilt, confirming that you are a separate self, that you are guilty, and the guilty deserve punishment. So that punishment will come at some point, and you will fear that.
It's a good paragraph for me to do because there's somersaults going off inside my stomach.
Are there?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is really, it's in summit, really. She has that been out and it feels like the ego wants to be special or something because something was kicking off. So that's why I thought I'd come on. This makes them feel responsible. this makes me feel responsible for my own errors.
Yeah, not realizing that by accepting this responsibility, I'm reacting irresponsibly. It's a complete turnaround, isn't it? Everything's changed.
But you know, this is
So-
really good when you change it, because you're making it so personal. It's making my stomach turn inside out.
Well, that's the point. Yeah.
Yes, I know.
I think this
Yeah.
is how you make the text really powerful and relevant to people.
Mm,
It needs to be personalized so that you say it as I, and then it's like, okay, well, this is hitting home. It's not some theoretical text. It's personalized, and you say it in the first person. And then, the challenge to your existing belief system is obvious. So I can't believe this and believe what I already believe. Okay?
yeah.
So, taking responsibility. The sole responsibility of correction makers is to accept their one-man for themselves, which is true. That's from a previous section of the text we've done.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so we can take that out and show you that it is a responsibility for what is atoned for cannot be mine.
The dilemma cannot be resolved except by accepting the solution of undoing. Mm.
And change the tone to correct it. Responsibility for what is corrected cannot be mine. Dilemma. So my dilemma
My dilemma cannot be resolved except by accepting the solution. Except that I'm accepting the solution.
except by my acceptance of the solution, by accepting, maybe instead of to just say my accepting the solution of undoing. Okay? Accepting the solution of undoing. I would be responsible for the effects of all my wrong thinking if it could not be undone. Then I would be permanently responsible. And you see, the idea of responsibility leads to guilt. You see that?
Yeah.
I'm responsible, and it's really been done, and the error is really real, then I'm guilty for it. But fortunately, it's not real, so it can be undone.
Mm. The purpose of the atonement is to save. Is it save my past in purified form only?
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
past in purified form only. If I accept the remedy for disordered thought, a remedy whose effectiveness is beyond doubt, how can it sit in this? Disordered thought, a remedy whose
And how can its symptoms remain? Yeah?
Mm.
So its effectiveness is beyond doubt. So this remedy, the Holy Spirit, at one moment, is beyond doubt. Well, I might doubt it, but the more I apply it, the more I see that it's true, that it actually is beyond doubt. It always works. And how can its symptoms remain? Okay. So let's just read it from the top. If you want to read it slowly. So you should read it as so like my rational thoughts. Then pause for a second or two so I can say it, and then on my own disordered thoughts. Well, I'll read it for you if you want. Shall I read it for you?
It's all right. I can do it if you want a bit of a break. Sorry, but I can read it. I don't mind reading it.
Okay. All right. Go first.
Okay. My irrational thoughts are my own disordered thoughts. Pure formless awareness of perfect love itself directs my thoughts because it extends my thoughts. Guilt feelings are always a sign that I do not know this. They also show that I believe I can and want to think apart. From pure formless awareness of perfect love. Every disordered thought involves guilt at its inception. And is perpetuated by guilt. If I believe I direct my own thoughts, guilt is inescapable. And I must therefore obey its dictates. This makes me feel responsible for my errors without recognizing that. By accepting this responsibility, I am reacting irresponsibly. If the sole responsibility of correction makers is to accept the atonement at one moment for themselves, then the responsibility for what is corrected cannot be mine. My dilemma cannot be resolved except by my accepting the solution of undoing. I would be responsible for the effects of all my wrong thinking. if it could not be undone. The purpose of the at one moment is to save my past in purified form only. If I accept the remedy for disordered thought, a remedy whose effectiveness is beyond doubt, how can its symptoms remain?
Okay, so what's he saying there? Summary.
Guilt is evil.
Guilt is just unconscious. See? Evil
Yeah.
is just to live backwards. So it's a completely upside down backwards way.
It's actually making you take responsibility of your own thoughts, of your own, you know, because all your thoughts that you thought were true or real, they're very dysfunctional, aren't they? If you believe anything other than the truth of what is, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. But if you're going to go against that, or if you've believed that that's not even true, you're creating more and more guilt. And then the guilt will take over, it becomes bigger. And it feels like you've just got yourself into a maze without even realizing it. And even if you don't even realizing it, you're making the whole situation worse and bigger by believing it to be actually true. And yet it's true.
It's starting to see the picture. You see how the ego works.
Definitely.
And it works on thought, false thought. You know, false thought, false belief creates a false world, false reality, false everything. And it's all false. And then we think that this is reality. We think we're really living here, but it's entirely false. And only the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is our truth, can save us from it. We can't, either the delusion of the ego is I'll save myself. So I'm not that happy, but okay, I can create a better self. I can make a better life for myself, and then off it goes, right? Coming from the state of mind of some lack, so some lack and deficiency in me, and I must now correct that. Okay. Anything else? What else is he saying?
No. I just can't believe it. Like you said, it's so backwards. It's this
Well,
is
remember,
really...
evil means to live backwards. It's live spelled backwards. That's all it is. It's upside down. It's backwards thinking, backwards living. But it passes for reality. It passes for something that's true and acceptable in this world. Because the whole place is upside down. The whole place is based on that backwards thinking. And then even the solutions, you know, you look at personal growth. It's like it's giving you a magic solution to the problem. That's not going to work, ultimately. It's not going to free your mind. It's just going to keep you more enslaved.
Well, that's why you see a lot of people that are stuck and confused, don't you?
Yeah.
Because they think they're doing the right thing. But they're not.
It's the human condition. And this is about freeing the mind entirely from that condition, whereas personal growth and many other spiritual teaching, dualistic teachings, are saying, no, we'll help you to have a better dream life. You'll have a better self, a better dream. We'll make it great. But underlying that is always going to be the guilt, the sin, the fear, the attack, anger, hatred. These things populate the world. These things, seem to characterize our world. So you haven't really corrected anything. It's temporarily gone to a better reality. It's not really freeing the mind.
No, it's not.
No. You have to realize that the part of the mind that believes in that has to be undone. So you gotta, if you come down a track and you've done all of that, go, okay, it was part of the process. You needed to do what you needed to do to get to here, but then you need to let that go. You can't carry on that track and also go down this track. The two depart from each other. They're opposite roads. So then you got to let go of all of that. Stuff you studied and you learned, and it's like, okay, well, actually, I'm moving beyond that. I can collapse all of that, and I don't need to learn more about what's false. I don't need to read these books by various motivational gurus and so on anymore, because it's all false. It's all part of an illusory construct. Okay, so happy with that summary?
Yeah. I don't want to come out this time every night, but that wasn't bad from me.
Yeah, good. Very good. Very good.
Yay!
Yay! We need to just do a bit of that to wake up, really. Literally, figuratively and literally, because I'm struggling to stay awake, but we'll get there. One more paragraph, yeah?
Yeah, it's a quick one then.
I think it is actually not too bad, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so that's already in the correct space. It's number 8. So yeah, it's not too bad. It's fairly short. It's just 8 sentences. So the continuing decision.
The continuing decision to remain separated is the only possible reason for continuing guilt feelings.
Okay, that's going to be the same.
Yep. The continued decision to remain separated is the only possible reason for continuing guilt feelings. We have said this before, but did not emphasize the destructive results of the decision.
Okay. So that remains.
Any decision of the mind will affect both behavior and experience. Wow.
So if you want to look at integral model, I mean, what he's teaching us here is exactly what this integral model is saying. Yeah. So a decision in my mind, in the subjective, the I, will affect behavior and experience in the external, in the exterior domain. What I experience comes from the decision of my mind.
And decision of the mind will affect both behavior and experience. What you want, you expect. This is not delusional. Your mind does make your future, and it will turn it back to full beingness at any minute if you accept the atonement first. Oh wow. Your mind does make your future, and it will turn it back to full beingness.
So the original was creation, to full creation. But what he's referring there to is creation as the being, to full being or beingness. Maybe full being. Just maybe being, to full being.
Yeah. At any
full
minute,
being.
it accepts the one first. Wow.
We'll change that to moment.
Yeah.
So they're saying you could wake up instantly
Yeah.
if you. It's unusual, but it can happen. Your mind can just drop into full being at any moment if it accepts the environment first.
It will also return to full being the instant it has done so. That's pretty powerful, that, isn't it?
Hmm.
Having given up its disordered thought, the proper ordering of thought becomes quite apparent. Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just personalize that. So my continuing decision to remain separated is the only possible reason for continuing guilt feelings. Said this before, but do not emphasize destructive results of the decision. So someone says something about my decision. So this decision has destructive results.
Mm-hmm.
Because any decision of my mind will affect both my behavior and experience. What I want, I expect. Not delusional. Mind does make my future and will turn it back to full being any moment it accepts environment first. Okay, so my future becomes full being at any moment. Okay, understand? I will turn it back to full being at any moment that accepts. Maybe we just say it fully accepts. We're fully. And then we accept the environment first. I'll also return to full being the instant it has done so. It's disordered thought, the proper ordering of thought becomes quite apparent. Okay, so our thoughts then come from pure formless awareness. They're all in alignment with it. They are the thoughts of God. They are thoughts that are happy, kind, loving. You know, as I give, I receive. When I forgive someone else, I forgive myself. These are the kinds of thoughts that come from oneness. Exactly the kinds of thoughts that Yeshua's giving us in his course.
Mm.
in the workbook lessons. That's proper ordering of thought.
It's amazing stuff, isn't it? Powerful.
Mm. Mm. Oh, so you want to? I'll read this to you. As the last
Oh, wow.
paragraph to close it out. I'm not sure. What are we? 12 o'clock. A whole meditation is going to take.
No,
at least
don't bother.
half an
I wouldn't do that if you're tired. I'd give yourself a night off, Jono.
hour. Well, I haven't really had a night off. It's been fun.
No, I know, but
Yeah,
what I'm
I
saying,
need to. The problem is when I'm this tired, what happens is I drift, and it's
yeah,
like I can't stay with the. Like I'm reading it and I lose my place because it's
Yeah.
just like I'm drifting into alpha state and sort of starting to go to sleep. So
mm,
I don't think meditation is really going to work. But we actually meditated on as we went at each point. We
Yeah.
stopped and we went, okay. In the summary, read it slowly, and so we kind of did it. So if anyone's listened to the recording, then hopefully they did it as they went. Okay, so just repeat after me. I'll just say it slowly, and then you repeat the phrase that I've just said.
I'll mute it though, so
Mute
keep
yourself, yeah.
keep awake.
Yeah. Okay, so my continuing decision to remain separated is the only possible reason for my continuing guilt feelings. My decision has destructive results because any decision of my mind will affect both my behavior and experience. What I want, I expect. This is not delusional. My mind does make my future. And it will turn it back to full being at any moment. Fully accept the environment first. So right now, just breathe in and fully accept the environment. Breathe it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the environment, which is full being. Which says it will also return to full being instantly. It has done so. So environment returns you to the being that you are. So feel that environment, embrace it into the core of your being. So breathe in this beingness. Accept it now. It's just saying you can accept this right now in this moment, which is your holy purpose. Having given up its disordered thought, proper ordering of my thought becomes quite apparent. And so just feel that. I'm not going to exhale. Just internalize this, feel this true thought coming from your higher awareness source that shines through, shining in your mind, shining outwards, extending to everyone in the dream, showing them their true self. So just anchor the state in, breathe it in. Every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. And exhale, just blow out anything that's not that, destructive effects of the ego, and surrender. So you just enter into this toned state, one with your source. So just internalize this, breathe it in to every pore, every cell, every muscle, body, every part of your mind, fiber of your beings in the light. Of this truth, and accept that this is the truth that will guide you from this day onwards in your thoughts and your words and your actions. So just carry this with you, this thought, true thought coming from true awareness. Carry this with you into bed. Sleep with it and awaken it, and it will guide you truly. Through everything, just allow this to come and guide us in everything I see. Everything I perceive with God is in my mind. You accept your full being, breathe it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. It's infused with this powerful presence, pure formless awareness. And the being, this is what you are, who you are. Accept it, embrace it. No, there is nothing else. So just trust this presence, let it carry you, let it flow, guide you in all your thoughts, your words, and your actions. And just bring it onwards, especially tomorrow. And so it is. So on the count of 3, just come back, open your eyes. Just apply today's idea one more time as you look around. Say God or perfect love, pure formless awareness, perfect love is in everything I see, because God or perfect love is in my mind. I just glance around the room as you say that. Perfect love is in everything I see because perfect love is in my mind. Do that a few times. Feel the peace and the restfulness that comes from this awareness. It's the same, hopefully, as you just experienced in the meditation. And that brings us to the end of the session. So thank you, Susie, for joining the graveyard shift and seeing us through to the end. And I will see you tomorrow, 12:30, if you can make it.
Yeah, probably tomorrow night for me, because I'm, yeah.
Hmm.
I'll,
It's actually today.
oh
Quarter
yes,
past.
it is. Yeah.
It's actually technically today.
Thanks, John. I feel very content.
Good. Okay, we'll sleep well.
And you?
Okay, we'll do. See you tomorrow. Namaste.
Bye.
Bye for now.